Chapter 739. Xiao Ran sized up Su Chen and said in a low voice, "I heard that Ouyang Buhui and Tang Jiaolin died at your hands?" Su Chen didn't know why Xiao Ran would ask such a question, but he still said calmly, "You're missing two. There's someone called Nzaheo from the Assassin's Alliance, and Ouyang Chengfeng from the Ouyang family. These two trash died in my hands." The reason why he said this was to attract hatred. When the Ouyang family and the Assassin League attacked him with all their might, he could take the opportunity to kill them. As expected, Su Chen's words immediately stirred up the emotions of the Ouyang family and the Assassin League, and they all cursed and scolded him. Chen Feng and the rest shook their heads secretly. They really couldn't do anything to Su Chen. "In that case, you should be the strongest person here?" Xiao Ran muttered. Then, his eyes lit up as he stared at Su Chen. He said coldly, "Su Chen, I want to challenge you one-on-one. Do you dare to accept?" "One-on-one?" Su Chen was instantly interested. He laughed and said, "You don't have the right to do so." Then, he turned to look at the people from the Assassin League and continued, "If you add Yang Wenxuan from the Assassin League, you might be able to take a move or two from me." When he said this, the surroundings were silent for a moment. Those who did not know Su Chen's specific strength were somewhat dumbfounded. Su Chen's arrogance was simply outrageous. Both Xiao Ran and Yang Wenxuan were strong enough to defeat a level 9 cultivator. They were definitely not people like Tang Jiaolin could compare to. Su Chen killed Tang Jiaolin and a few others, and he could boast shamelessly and vainly challenge Xiao Ran and Yang Wenxuan? What a joke! Yuqi Jingyang's expression froze. When he came back to his senses, he whispered to Shang Caili, "Sect leader Shang, isn't Su Chen a little too arrogant?" He knew from Gongge that Su Chen could kill a level 9 mutated blood plant and had a divine weapon in hand. His strength was definitely not to be underestimated. However, Xiao Ran and Yang Wenxuan were also masters who could kill enemies above their level. Furthermore, as the absolute core of their respective sects, it was very likely that they also had divine weapons. In this way, the possibility of Su Chen winning against two experts was very slim. Yuqi Jingyang couldn't help but start to worry about the quota for the preliminaries. "Sect leader Yuqi, don't worry." Shang Caili chuckled and then vowed solemnly, "Xiao Ran and Yang Wenxuan are like ants in Su Chen's eyes. They can be destroyed with one hand." These words were not boastful at all, but he had absolute confidence in Su Chen. After all, she and Nan Lichuan weren't Su Chen's match, let alone Xiao Ran and Yang Wenxuan. This, Yuqi Jingyang gulped and stared at Shang Caili in a daze, unable to speak for a long time. In his impression, Shang Caili was a very low-key person. Why was she so arrogant today? Could it be that Su Chen's strength was so strong that Shang Caili was completely at ease? In the arena, Xiao Ran and Yang Wenxuan's expressions became unusually ugly. As the absolute prodigies of the younger generation of Forgotten Autumn Mountain, when had they ever been humiliated like this? Su Chen's arrogance and conceit already thoroughly ignited the two people's killing intent. "I alone am enough to deal with you." Xiao Ran's face was gloomy. He gritted his teeth and sneered, "I hope you won't regret saying this when you die in my hands. Stop showing off. Hurry up." Su Chen curled his lips and walked slowly toward Xiao Ran with a look of contempt. Chapter 740. You're courting death. Xiao Ran could no longer hold back the anger in his heart. He stomped his foot and charged toward Su Chen. Su Chen did not hold back. He raised his hand and performed the Pegasus Meteor Punch. Buzz buzz. Suddenly, the air was covered by golden fist shadows. Shrill fist winds mixed together, causing the entire void to emit a trembling sound. Xiao Ran's pupils shrank when he saw this. As the fist shadows smashed down, his body flickered as if it was an illusion. Bang bang. When all the fist shadows landed, the ring was densely packed with holes and cracks. However, Xiao Ran stood on the spot and was unharmed. "Su Chen, if that's all you've got, you can go and die." Xiao Ran laughed wildly. Then, he shook his arms and a purple light wave rippled out from his body. Then, it flowed into his arms. Immediately after, Xiao Ran's arms became incomparably thick and purple scales appeared on them. Junior brother Su, be careful. Xiao Ran is using the famous Qilin arm of the Qilin sect. Once it's used, your defense and strength will increase by several times. Chen Feng's face froze as he reminded Su Chen loudly. Qilin arm. Su Chen muttered. Qilin arm sounded similar to his golden scales on the arm, but in terms of effect, it was a grade higher than the golden scales on the arm. Dong dong dong. At this moment, Xiao Ran strode over. When he was close to Su Chen, he waved his thick purple arm and smashed it toward Su Chen. Looking at Xiao Ran's ferocious face, Su Chen's eyes gradually narrowed and he instantly released his mental strength. You want to stop me with your mental strength? Xiao Ran sneered. A purple light flashed on his arm and destroyed the mental strength that was attached to it. Then he smashed it towards Su Chen with great force. You've got some strength. Su Chen curled his lips. When Xiao Ran's purple arm came crashing down, a faint golden light appeared on his palm, and he grabbed it. Bang! When the two collided, there was a dull sound of collision. Why is your strength so great? Xiao Ran suddenly cried out in surprise. At this moment, his arm was firmly grasped by Su Chen, and he couldn't move at all. This made him feel incomparably shocked and incredulous. Using the Qilin arm would increase his strength by several folds. Even a level 10 evolver might not necessarily be stronger than him. On the other hand, Su Chen, who was only level 8, could easily block the attack. He even felt that Su Chen hadn't used any strength. If he already possessed such strength without exerting any strength, then how great would his strength be if he went all out? While Xiao Ran was still in a daze, Su Chen's lips curled into a strange arc. Then he suddenly exerted force and clenched his fist. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking resounded in the arena. Ah! What followed was Xiao Ran's painful screams. What happened? The onlookers were inexplicably surprised and looked at Xiao Ran. When they saw Xiao Ran's thick arm being broken by Su Chen, they were stunned. Su Chen is so powerful? He can even break the Qilin arm? Yuqi Jingyang swallowed his saliva, and his expression became extremely complicated. If he asked himself honestly, if he were to fight with Xiao Ran, defeating him wouldn't be a problem. However, he definitely couldn't break the arm like Su Chen. Sect Master Yuqi, there's no need to make a fuss. This is Su Chen's routine. Shang Tsili chuckled. Routine? Yuqi Jingyang's expression froze. Routine meant that Su Chen hadn't used his true strength and was already so strong without exerting any strength. Once he used his trump card, how powerful would he be? Chapter 741. Bang! There was a loud explosion. Xiao Ran was smashed to the ground by Su Chen's punch. You want to kill me? Do you have the ability? Su Chen stepped on Xiao Ran's face and mocked. Xiao Ran had said that he wanted to kill him, so he didn't plan to let Xiao Ran live. However, before he killed him, he wanted to humiliate him to his heart's content. He wanted to warn the others that this was the outcome of going against Su Chen. Woo-woo. Xiao Ran's eyes were burning with anger as he struggled desperately, trying to break free from Su Chen's foot. However, Su Chen's strength was incomparably great. He was like a towering mountain, pressing down on him until he couldn't move. Shang Tsili, when it's possible to make mistakes, one should be lenient. Quickly ask your disciple to stop. Below the ring, an old man with a white beard couldn't stand it anymore and growled at Shang Tsili. This person was called Lei Chengtian, the current sect leader of the Qilin sect. Seeing his proud disciple being wantonly humiliated in front of everyone, he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. If it weren't for the rules, he would have rushed up to the ring to teach Su Chen a lesson. Fighting in the ring depends on one's ability. Moreover, it was your disciple who provoked Su Chen. You only have yourself to blame for ending up like this. You still have the nerve to be so arrogant? If you don't have the ability, don't go up to the ring and make a fool of yourself. Shang Tsili sneered without holding back. The Qilin sect was originally a neutral sect, but they were the first to jump out to pick a fight. This made her angry. Seeing Su Chen humiliating the other party made her feel especially comfortable. Why would she stop Su Chen? Moreover, with Su Chen's temper, she couldn't stop him even if she wanted to. You Lei Qingtian's face turned red and white as his veins popped out. However, he couldn't find a reason to refute, so he could only swallow his anger. In the ring, when Su Chen was still mocking Xiao Ran, a scorching fireball suddenly shot towards him. Level 9 Fireball Technique. Su Chen raised his eyebrows. Based on the fireball's mana fluctuations, he determined that the fireball had reached level 9. If it were anyone else, the first thing they would think of would be to dodge. However, Su Chen scoffed. When the fireball flew over, a golden light appeared on his palm, and he grabbed at the fireball. Witnessing this scene, everyone was astonished. The power of a level 9 fireball was no joke. Even a level 10 evolver would not dare to take it head-on. Su Chen was only level 8. If he dared to grab it with his bare hands, wouldn't he be courting death? "I'll blow you up, you bastard." Lei Qingtian grumbled in his heart. However, what happened next left everyone dumbfounded. Su Chen caught the fireball with ease. Then he exerted force and crushed the fireball in his hand. Just how strong is Su Chen's body? Seeing that Su Chen was unharmed, Yuqi Jingyang took a deep breath. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Shang Tsili's expression changed. Although she had fought with Su Chen before, she didn't know that Su Chen had such a strong defense. This kid is ridiculously strong. Nan Lichuan couldn't help but click his tongue. After Su Chen crushed the fireball, he flicked his finger to get rid of the ashes on it. Then, he turned around and looked at the place where the 3 families of the Assassin Union were gathered. After a quick glance, his eyes finally landed on a lady in yellow. His voice was as cold as ice. "Are you coming to accept your death, or are you waiting for me to kill you?" The lady in yellow was the one who attacked him with the fireball. Of course, he wouldn't forgive someone like her. Chapter 742. The lady in yellow trembled violently. At this moment, she had an illusion that Su Chen's gaze was like a sharp blade that pierced her heart, making it difficult for her to breathe. "Everyone, let's attack together. We can definitely kill him." Yang Wenxuan forced himself to focus and roared. When he saw that everyone was shocked by Su Chen's strength, he knew that he couldn't wait any longer. As soon as he roared, he was the first to charge towards Su Chen. "Kill!" The rest of the people looked at each other and followed Yang Wenxuan's lead, attacking Su Chen at the same time. "Senior Brother Gu, should we join in?" Chen Feng asked. Since there were so many of them, he was worried that Su Chen wouldn't be able to handle them. Gu Tunhua hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "No need." Su Chen had already instructed them to defend themselves and not to join in the fight. He had a deep understanding of Su Chen's strength. Since Su Chen had said so, he would just listen to Su Chen and avoid causing trouble for Su Chen. "You're overestimating yourself." Su Chen narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. When Yang Wenxuan and the rest rushed over, he first stepped on Xiao Ran's head, then swung the enchanted divine blade in his hand. "Xiao Ran!" Lei Zhentian roared in anger as he watched Xiao Ran die in front of him. Then, the flames of hatred ignited on his body. He moved his feet and charged towards the arena. However, before he could take a few steps, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. "Lei Zhentian, if you dare to step onto the arena, I will kill you today." Nan Lichuan stared coldly at Lei Zhentian, with a murderous aura surrounding him. "Who?" Lei Zhentian's lips trembled. However, due to Nan Lichuan's strength, even if the anger in his heart had reached its peak, he didn't dare to make a move. He knew very well that Nan Lichuan had the ability to kill him. On the battle ring, Su Chen swept out with his saber. The entire battle ring felt like it had fallen into a glacier. A terrifying chill swept forward. Except for Yang Wenxuan, everyone else was frozen into ice sculptures. What a terrifying ice spell! Yuqi Jingyang took a deep breath, his heart trembling slightly. Although Su Chen was only at level 8, the spells he cast were beyond level 9. Even though he was at level 10, he still felt his heart palpitate. "Help me." Yang Wenxuan held a silver longsword in his hand. With a slash of his sword, he dispersed the cold air around him. Suddenly, he roared in the direction of Qin Feng and the others. Then he leaped into the air. His body suddenly emitted a dazzling white light, and his figure began to fade away, as if he had become one with the long sword in his hand. At the same time, a violent sword essence and murderous aura spread out. Body and sword as one. Seeing this, Su Chen's eyebrows twitched. When he was at Qinyu Island, Mo Qingkong of the Qilin Mountain had used this move. Therefore, he recognized it at first glance. However, compared to Mo Qingkong, Yang Wenxuan's body and sword as one was dozens of times more powerful. Apart from the difference in cultivation, the most important thing was the silver longsword in Yang Wenxuan's hand. The silver longsword emitted a strong murderous aura, which gave him a very strong sense of danger. Could it be a sacred item? Su Chen had this thought in his mind. He quickly took out the integrated 5 Extremes mountain from his storage bag. Just as he was about to throw it out, Nie Xiqian suddenly rushed out from the group, shouting, "Junior brother Su, let me help you." Chapter 743. Su Chen faintly felt that something was amiss. It was too strange for Nie Xiqian to come out to help at this time. Just as he was puzzled, he saw Nie Xiqian throw out a black bead the size of an egg. When the black bead flew close, it suddenly exploded, and an eyeball the size of a basketball emerged. It also exuded a strange evil aura, which made people feel a chill all over their body when they saw it. The eyeball turned slightly, and a ray of light shot out from it, directly towards Su Chen. "It's targeting me." Su Chen was slightly stunned, and then a murderous aura spread out from his body. At this moment, he had already understood that Nie Xiqian was not here to help him at all, but to harm him. The ray of light that shot out from the strange eyeball contained a strong evil aura, which was similar to the evil aura released by the evil fruit tree and the abyss black poria, and had the effect of confusing the mind. Once touched by the evil aura, it was very likely that one would fall into a temporary daze. In this way, one would become a fish on a chopping board and be at the mercy of others. It could be said that Nie Xiqian's attack was enough to see her evil intentions. If it were another person, they would definitely be killed. However, Su Chen's ancient god-fiend body happened to be able to restrain all evil things in the world. Therefore, Nie Xiqian wanted to use such a sinister method to deal with him, which was obviously a miscalculation. At the same time, Shang Tsili's angry roar sounded from below the ring. "Lu Qianqin, the Ice Palace actually betrayed us. You even used the Demon's Eye to deal with Su Chen. You are courting death." When Chen Feng and the others heard about the Demon's Eye, their faces were extremely ugly. It was rumored that the Demon's Eye was refined from the eyeball of the Blazing Tao. The Blazing Tao Eye was an ancient beast, and its strongest attack was the evil light released from its eyeball, which had the effect of confusing the mind. The Demon's Eye refined from its eyeball had reached the level of a sacred weapon. Anyone who was targeted by the evil light, except for the sage level, could not escape the fate of being confused. Su Chen was only level 8. It was impossible for him to break free from the evil light. Chen Feng and the others were burning with anxiety as they rushed towards Su Chen, trying to help Su Chen resolve the predicament before him. "Can you make it in time?" Nie Xiqian mocked with a sinister expression on her face. At this moment, Su Chen was already enveloped by the evil light. Moreover, he seemed to have fallen into a daze. Even if Chen Feng and the others wanted to save him, it was clearly too late. Die! It was also at this moment that Yang Wenxuan unleashed man and sword as one and charged towards Su Chen. Just as it was about to tear Su Chen apart, a 5-colored stream of light suddenly flashed in front of Su Chen. Under the 5-colored stream of light, a 10-zhang tall golden hill appeared in front of him. Clang! In the next moment, Yang Wenxuan held his sword and clashed with the primary 5 Extremes mountain, and the sound of metal clashing resounded. Under the huge impact, the primary 5 Extremes mountain trembled slightly, and the 5-colored stream of light on its surface rippled violently. It seemed to be heavily injured. However, it had firmly blocked Yang Wenxuan's fatal attack. "Why aren't you affected?" After the attack, Yang Wenxuan revealed his true form and looked at the primary 5 Extremes mountain in front of him in shock. "Those who wanted to kill me have all died in my hands. You are no exception." While Yang Wenxuan was in a daze, he suddenly heard a cold laugh. Chapter 744. Not good. Yang Wenxuan quickly retreated when he realized the danger. However, before he could take a few steps back, an invisible force crushed him from all directions. He immediately sank into the mud, and all of his movements became extremely sluggish. Level 10 mental power. How is this possible? Yang Wenxuan's expression changed drastically when he realized that the mental power binding him had reached level 10. What he saw was a giant that was about 30 meters tall, lifting his foot and stomping down on his head. This giant was none other than Su Qin, who had used the Atlas shape-shifting technique. No! Seeing Su Chen's foot descending from the sky, Yang Wenxuan let out a desperate roar. Bang! Accompanied by an ear-piercing explosion, Yang Wenxuan was stomped into the ring and turned into a pile of meat paste. He couldn't be more dead. This sudden, unforeseen event made everyone endlessly stunned. At this moment, not only were they shocked by Su Chen's powerful strength, but they were also very puzzled. Su Chen was clearly shrouded in the evil light, so why was he not affected at all? After Su Chen killed Yang Wenxuan, he turned around and stared at Nie Xiqin. His eyes were filled with bone-chilling coldness. Junior brother Su, give me one more chance. Spare my life. Under Su Chen's gaze, Nie Xiqin trembled and her breathing almost stopped. Bitch! Su Chen snorted coldly. His feet shone with a dazzling purple light. Then he flew toward Nie Xiqin at an astonishing speed and punched out. Nie Xiqin was completely shocked by Su Chen's aura. She was scared silly and stood there in a daze. She didn't even have the courage to resist. Lu Qianqin, who was below the ring, didn't want to watch Nie Xiqin be killed. She leaped up and flew toward the ring. However, Shang Tsili had already noticed her every move. Before she could even get close to the ring, she was blasted away by Shang Tsili's colorful light. Shang Tsili, if you try to stop me again, I swear to destroy your Sun Moon Star Palace. Lu Qianqin roared furiously. After he finished speaking, he coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was very obvious that he had suffered a heavy injury from Shang Tsili's attack. You! Shang Tsili's eyes were cold as she smiled contemptuously. Bang! But at this moment, an explosive sound suddenly rang out in the ring. It was Su Chen who had exploded Nie Xiqin with a single punch. Ah! Lu Qianqin roared sorrowfully when she saw this scene, and her figure swayed and almost fell to the ground. After killing Nie Xiqin, Su Chen turned around and looked at the frozen people. Just as he was about to kill them all, a sudden change occurred. The entire arena suddenly lit up with a bright light. At the same time, a huge energy fluctuation filled the surrounding space. Teleportation array? Su Chen's eyelids twitched. After experiencing several teleportations, he immediately sensed that the change in the arena was a sign that the teleportation array was being activated. At this moment, it was obviously impossible to rush out of the arena. Not knowing where he would be teleported to, Su Chen quickly opened the chaos space. Just as he took Chen Feng and the others into it, he felt the world spinning. Then, his entire body turned illusory and disappeared from the arena. What the hell did you do? Seeing that Su Chen had been teleported away, Shang Tsili angrily looked at Lu Qianqin and the others. Ha! At this time, an old man with a red beard came forward and laughed wildly. Then, he said gloomily, he has been teleported to the abandoned land. Hearing the name of the abandoned land, Shang Tsili and the others suddenly turned pale. Chapter 745. When Su Chen's vision gradually cleared up, he realized that he was in a desolate desert. This place gave off a decadent and lifeless feeling. Su Chen squinted his eyes and slowly scanned his surroundings. Soon he saw some broken weapons and armors not far away. There were also a few skeletons. Not only were there human skeletons, but there were also mutated beasts and mutated humans. Just as Su Chen was about to go over to take a look, he heard a rustling sound coming from beneath his feet. Su Chen's expression froze. Just as he was about to release his mental strength to check, a loud bang rang out. The ground beneath his feet was torn apart. The soil under his feet was sent flying. Then, two huge pincers rushed out and cut at his legs. A level 7 insect beast? Su Chen snorted softly. Judging from its aura, it was a level 7 insect beast that had ambushed him. A level 7 insect beast would definitely not be able to hurt him. Hence, he stood there and did not even bother to move. In the next moment, the two gigantic black pincers clamped onto Su Chen's legs and broke them. Woo woo, the level 7 insect beast cried out in pain. It seemed to know that Su Chen was not someone to be trifled with. Hence, it turned around and burrowed into the soil. How could Su Chen let it escape? He released his mental power and easily pulled it out of the congealed earth. Senior, I was wrong. Please spare my life. What appeared in front of Su Chen was a gigantic black scorpion. It was lifted into the air and begged loudly for mercy from Su Chen. Su Chen glanced at it and asked coldly, "Where is this place?" After being teleported to an unfamiliar place, the first thing to do was to determine the name of the place. The gigantic scorpion in front of him was already a level 7 insect. It had spiritual intelligence and the ability to speak human language. It should know something. Senior, this is the Fallen Desert, the level 7 scorpion said in a trembling voice. The Fallen Desert? Su Chen mumbled. He tried to recall the landform map of the mysterious heavenly mainland. However, he did not find any information about the Fallen Desert. This meant that the Fallen Desert did not belong to the mysterious heavenly mainland. How big is this place? Apart from you, are there any other living beings? Su Chen pondered for a moment before asking. The Fallen Desert covers an area of hundreds of thousands of miles. There are hundreds of races living outside, the level 7 scorpion replied honestly. Hundreds of races? Su Chen was shocked. How could hundreds of races live together in peace? Are there any humans? Su Chen asked. Yes, and quite a lot of them, the level 7 scorpion replied affirmatively. If there are humans, I can try to get in touch with them. Su Chen muttered, then asked, "Do you know what the outside world is called?" Since there were hundreds of races living in this place, it meant that the area was very large. It was very likely that it belonged to a certain realm. I don't know. The level 7 scorpion shook its head as if it was afraid that Su Chen would be angry. It explained, "Senior, I've been living in the Fallen Desert since I was born. I've never gone out, so I don't know what's out there." Su Chen nodded slightly. He pointed at the skeletons not far away and asked, "Did you kill them?" "No, I didn't. Those skeletons were here when I was born. Moreover, there are many skeletons like these in other places in the Fallen Desert," the level 7 scorpion explained hurriedly. Since he did not know what was going on, Su Chen did not think too much about it. He changed the topic and asked, "Are there any level 8 insect beasts in the Fallen Desert?" "Senior, I'm the insect king here. I'm also the highest level insect beast here," the level 7 scorpion replied. Su Chen shook his head. He was a little disappointed. Initially, he wanted to kill some high-level insect beasts to get some fragments. However, this idea was shattered. Chapter 746. Since he had asked all the questions he needed, there was no point in keeping the level 7 scorpion. Su Chen threw out a punch without warning and killed it cleanly. After collecting the fragments, he took out the intelligent war chariot. Then he opened the chaos space and summoned all the people inside. "Junior brother Su, what is this place?" Chen Feng looked around blankly as he asked doubtfully. When they were at Crepe Myrtle Mountain, they were all kept in the chaos space by Su Chen. They did not know what happened after that and did not know that they had been teleported. "This is the Fallen Desert." Su Chen sighed and gave a brief account of what happened when he came here. Hearing this, the expressions of Chen Feng and the others became abnormally ugly. The change in Crepe Myrtle Mountain was most likely the doing of the other major forces. Other than targeting Su Chen, they also wanted to suppress the Sun Moon Star Palace. How were Shang Tsai and the others now? Were their lives in danger? Su Chen comforted them, "Don't worry. With the sect leader and senior Nan's strength, they won't be in danger even if they are besieged. The most important thing for us now is to find a way out and return to the mysterious heavenly continent as soon as possible." Shang Tsai and Nan Lichuan were top-notch level 10 powerhouses. Very few people of the same level were their opponents. Everyone in the Sun Moon Star Palace knew this and heaved a sigh of relief. Junior brother Su is right. The most important thing is to find a way back. Gu Tianhuan nodded in agreement. Seeing that everyone had calmed down, Su Chen turned to Wu Yazi and asked, "Senior, have you heard of the Fallen Desert?" Wu Yazi was a saint-level powerhouse and had lived for many years. He must have seen a lot. Su Chen thought that Wu Yazi would know something about it. Unexpectedly, Wu Yazi shook his head and sighed, "I've never heard of it." Su Chen did not give up. Then, he opened the planting space and the pet rearing space to ask the longevity fruit tree and the other spiritual pets. The answer he got was that they were not sure. Su Chen pondered for a while and communicated with the intelligent war chariot. "Satoshi, can you use the ability to travel between realms to leave this place?" "Master, the realms barrier here is very strong. I can only go out when I reach level 8, the intelligent war chariot replied honestly. Hearing this, Su Chen was not disappointed. Instead, his eyes lit up. To upgrade the intelligent war chariot to reach level 8 to Shang Tsili. Shang Tsili had given him 13 a few days ago. Now, he only needed to find 7 more level 8 energy stones to leave this place. Previously, he had learned from the level 7 scorpion that there were hundreds of races living outside the fallen wasteland. Most of them were level 8 mutated beasts. As long as he killed 7 beasts of them, wouldn't it too? Thinking of this, Su Chen hurriedly asked everyone to get into the chariot. "Satoshi, go full speed in one direction," Su Chen ordered immediately. The intelligent war chariot had been upgraded several times. Now, its detection range had reached 1,000 kilometers. However, it was impossible to cover the entire fallen desert. Without knowing the specific location, they could only try their luck in one direction if they wanted to leave this place. "I shouldn't have killed that level 7 scorpion." Su Chen sighed. The level 7 scorpion had been living in the fallen desert and must be familiar with the environment. With it leading the way, they could save a lot of time. Unfortunately, he did not think of this at that time. Chapter 747. The intelligent war chariot received the order and sped in one direction. Along the way, Su Chen kept staring at the control screen. Originally, he wanted to find a high-level scorpion and capture it to lead the way. Unfortunately, there were many scorpions below level 3, but he did not see any above level 3. If their level was too low, it would be useless to capture them. Su Chen simply gave up. Behind them, the intelligent war chariot sped along. 5 days later, they finally arrived at the edge of the fallen wasteland. There was a sparse forest outside. Although it still looked a little desolate, it was much livelier than the fallen wasteland. When they arrived here, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. "Satoshi, search and see if there are any traces of the mutated race or humans." Su Chen ordered. The intelligent war chariot quickly replied, "Master, we found a mutated race 20 miles ahead." Su Chen's eyes lit up. "Satoshi, lock onto it and zoom in on the image." The image on the control screen changed, and the figure of a half-beastman appeared. At this moment, this half-beastman was squatting on the ground and digging up grass roots. Every time he dug out a piece, he would put it in his mouth and chew on it. How many days has this guy not eaten? Has he gone crazy from hunger? Seeing this scene, everyone was very confused. "Satoshi, is he a normal person or a cultivator?" Su Chen asked casually. "Master, he is a level 9 evolver." The intelligent war chariot replied. "Level 9 evolver?" Everyone in the chariot was dumbfounded. No matter where a level 9 evolver was placed, he would be a powerful person. How could he be reduced to eating grass roots? Wasn't this too unbelievable? "Satoshi, are you sure?" Su Chen took a breath and probed. At first, he saw the half-beastman digging up grass roots and thought that he was a normal person. Who would have thought that he was a level 9 evolver? "Master, he is a level 9 evolver. There is no doubt about it." The intelligent war chariot replied with certainty. Su Chen did not think too much and directly ordered, "Satoshi, go and take a look." The intelligent war chariot increased its speed and flew over. With the speed of the intelligent war chariot, it would only take a few minutes to cover the distance of 20 miles. When the orc discovered that a MCV had appeared in front of him, he was taken aback for a moment, then his eyes burst into a blazing light. Sweet. The intelligent chariot stopped on a flat ground. Suchin opened the door and walked out slowly. It's actually a human. The half-beast race man sized up Suchin and smiled grimly. Human, did you just arrive here? Yes. Suchin replied faintly. Great. The beast man suddenly became excited. He clenched his fists and said coldly, hand over everything in your car and I can spare your life. It's impossible to hand it over to you. Come and take it if you have the ability. Suchin curled his lips and provoked. Since you don't know what's good for you, then I'll kill you first. The orc's face changed ferociously. He roared and rushed straight toward Suchin. When he was less than 3 meters away from Suchin, he clenched his fist and punched out. It looked like he wanted to kill Suchin with one punch. Suchin's figure was like a mountain, and his expression was calm. When the fist came flying toward him, he suddenly released his spiritual power. The orc suddenly felt like he was trapped in a swamp, and the punch also stopped in midair. Suchin seized the opportunity to grab the half-orc's arm, running the heaven-reaching 100-fold vigorous strength technique, and gently twisted it. The orc's arm was broken into two. Chapter 748. This beastman was also ruthless enough. He endured the pain and rammed his head into Suchin's face. Suchin snorted and punched out, causing half of the half-beast's face to collapse. If not for the fact that he wanted to interrogate him, this punch would have directly smashed his head. This time, the half-beast couldn't withstand it and fell to the ground with a scream. Suchin released an ice-type spell and froze the half-beast's body. Then, he said coldly, answer whatever I ask. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. Senior, don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. The half-beast was terrified and quickly replied. Where is this place? Suchin stared at the half-beast and asked. This is the Forsaken Land, the half-beast answered honestly. When they heard the words abandoned land, the others didn't have much of a reaction. Only Wu Yazi's expression changed. Suchin, I've heard rumors about the abandoned land. Wu Yazi pondered for a moment and said with a serious expression. Suchin and the others looked at Wu Yazi and waited for him to continue. Rumors say that the abandoned land is an independent space in the universe. Frankly speaking, it's just a realm. Here, cultivation resources and food are extremely scarce. Once you enter this place, it's equivalent to entering an inescapable predicament. Unless you die, there's absolutely no way to escape, Wu Yazi said slowly. Suchin finally understood. No wonder the level 9 half-beast had to eat grass. It was because of the extreme scarcity of food. However, whether this was the case or not, he still needed to confirm. Is this the case in the abandoned land? Suchin stared at the half-beast and asked coldly. Yes. The half-beast replied with certainty. Suchin nodded slightly and continued asking, how many people are there in the abandoned land? What's their cultivation level? I'm not sure exactly how many people there are, but there should be a few thousand of them. Basically, they're all cultivators above level 9, the half-beast replied. Thousands of cultivators above level 9? Suchin sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone else's expressions changed as well. No matter which race, a level 9 cultivator would be considered a top-notch expert. Even the 5 super races combined would not have a few thousand of them. How could there be so many experts gathered in a place like the Fallen Land? How did they get here? Suchin pondered for a moment and asked coldly, is what you said true? A few thousand level 9 and above practitioners was too shocking, and it made him suspicious of the half-beastman's words. Senior, I'm not lying at all. The half-beastman guaranteed. Suchin rubbed his nose and asked in a low voice, then how did you all get in here? A small number of them were sent here by accident. Most of them came here willingly, the half-beast replied. Enter willingly? Hearing this answer, Suchin and the others were dumbfounded. Who the hell would be stupid enough to take the initiative to enter a place where cultivation resources and food were scarce? Could there be more to it? Thinking of this, Su Chen asked in a low voice, "Why did you take the initiative to enter here? Explain clearly." The half-beast did not dare to hide anything and said truthfully, "Living in the abandoned land, your lifespan is unlimited. As long as you're not killed, you can continue to live. Those who come here willingly are those who are nearing the end of their lifespan. They made this choice in order to survive." Chapter 749. I see. Su Chen was enlightened. Some cultivators would even turn themselves into zombies in order to survive when they were nearing the end of their lifespan. If they didn't even care about becoming zombies, it was understandable that they would enter the abandoned land. Are there any high-level mutated beasts in the abandoned land? Su Chen asked the most important question. Senior, what level of mutated beast are you referring to? The half-beast tribesman probed. Level 8 and above, Su Chen said. The highest level mutated beast in the abandoned land is only level 3. There are no level 8 and above, the half-orc answered with certainty. Not even one? Su Chen's expression turned serious. Without level 8 mutated beasts, they wouldn't be able to obtain level 8 energy stones and leave this place. This was something he didn't want to see. However, if there were level 7 insect beasts here, why weren't there any high-level mutated beasts? Su Chen continued to ask, are there no high-level mutated beasts here? There used to be many, but as more and more people entered the abandoned land, the food became scarce. Those mutated beasts were hunted for food, the half-orc explained. Su Chen's eyes lit up when he heard this. After the mutated beasts were hunted, there would definitely be energy stones. There might even be level 8 energy stones. Are there any level 8 energy stones in the abandoned land? Su Chen continued to ask. Yes, but there are very few of them. They are all in the hands of 3 powerful individuals, the half-orc answered quickly. Powerful individuals? What level were they? Su Chen suddenly realized a very serious problem. After all, this place was different from other continents. There wouldn't be any saint-level individuals, right? With his current strength, he could at most contend with a pseudo-saint-level individual. He definitely couldn't defeat a saint-level individual. If the level 8 energy stones were in the hands of a saint-level individual, he would be in big trouble. Thinking of this, Su Chen asked anxiously, what level are the so-called powerful individuals you mentioned? They are above level 10, but they are not saint-level individuals, the half-orc answered. Then they are pseudo-saint-level individuals. Su Chen heaved a sigh of relief. If they were false saints, he and Wu Yazi would be able to defeat them one by one. Of course, he didn't want to make a move unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, as the strongest person here, the false saint would definitely have a large number of level 10 cultivators as his subordinates. Even if he and Wu Yazi worked together, they wouldn't be able to fend them off. Tell me more about the 3 supreme experts, Su Chen said in a low voice. The beastman slowly said, Sky Capital's Li Kuiyang, White Emperor City's Hu Jun, and Returning Sun Valley's Han Haoyang. Su Chen noted them down one by one and then asked, which race are they from? Li Kuiyang is a human, Hu Jun is from the Night Demon clan, and Han Haoyang is from the Law clan, the half-beast answered honestly. There are humans too? Su Chen was overjoyed. If they were to make a deal, they would naturally be chosen to be of the same race. Which of these 3 forces is the strongest? Su Chen continued to ask. Sky Capital used to be the strongest, but now they are being suppressed by White Emperor City and Returning Sun Valley. They are in a precarious situation, the half-beast answered after thinking for a while. Hearing this, Su Chen's mind started to work. Sky Capital was in a precarious situation. If they worked together, there was a high chance that they could destroy White Emperor City and Returning Sun Valley. White Emperor City and Returning Sun Valley were both forces of the mutated races. If they killed all of the mutated races, the fragments that would drop would definitely be massive. Thinking of this, Su Chen made a decision. He had to try to work together with Li Kuiyang. Chapter 750. Do you know the exact location of Tiandu City? Su Chen asked calmly. Yes. The orc nodded in response. Lead the way to Tiandu City. Su Chen carried the orc into the car. Under the orc's guidance, the intelligent war chariot drove straight in a certain direction. After driving for about half an hour, a small village appeared in front of them. It looked very dilapidated. This isn't Tiandu City, right? Did you purposely lead us here? Su Chen narrowed his eyes as he stared at the orc. His gaze was unusually cold. Master, there are 7 orcs in the village. 4 of them are level 9 cultivators, and 3 are level 10 cultivators. They are rushing towards us, the intelligent war chariot suddenly reminded. Hearing this, Su Chen understood. The orc's motive was obvious. He wanted his companions to save him. 7 cultivators above level 9 were already very powerful. Su Chen did not dare to be careless. He asked Wu Yazi, Senior, can you use your full power here? Wu Yazi was a false sage. If he could use his full power, it would be too easy for him to deal with a few level 10 cultivators. Don't worry, there won't be any problems, Wu Yazi said with a smile. Su Chen was relieved. He carried the orc and Wu Yazi out of the car. The 7 half-beastmen saw their tribesmen being captured and immediately clamored, Human, quickly release our tribesmen, otherwise we'll make you beg for death. Human, there are 3 level 10 cultivators among my people. Let me go quickly. The half-beast clansman in Su Chen's hands sneered and began to threaten him without restraint. In his opinion, although Su Chen was very strong, he was at most level 9. How could he be a match for 3 level 10 cultivators? As for the people in the car, their auras were very weak. None of them were level 9. They could be completely ignored. Su Chen rubbed his nose and threw the orc in his hand to the ground. Then he stomped on the orc's head. With his temper, no one who dared to threaten him would have a good ending. The orcs that were killed were a good example. Bastard! You're courting death. The rest of the beastmen were enraged. They roared and rushed toward Su Chen. Senior, leave one alive. Su Chen muttered, before charging towards the 4 level 9 half-beastmen, leaving the 3 level 10 half-beastmen to Wu Yazi. No problem. Wu Yazi chuckled as the aura on his body soared rapidly. When it reached its peak, he punched out from afar. All of a sudden, a blue torrent flashing with starlight swept forward. The 3 level 10 half-beastmen were intimidated by Wu Yazi's aura and trembled all over. At this moment, they clearly realized that the short old man who had attacked them was a pseudo-saint powerhouse. Although there was only 1 level difference between level 10 and false saint, it was like a natural chasm. The difference was too great. Senior, please spare our lives. Facing the attack of a pseudo-saint, the 3 levels 10 half-beastmen could not resist at all. They begged for mercy loudly. Wu Yazi was unmoved. He controlled the blue torrent to crush them. The first 2 level 10 half-beastmen were directly crushed into powder. Although the remaining half-beastman did not die, he was severely injured and fell to the ground, losing the ability to resist. Master Wu Yazi is so strong. Everyone in the car was inexplicably shocked. In the beginning, they had all thought that Wu Yazi was a level 10 cultivator. But after Wu Yazi's attack this time, they realized that Wu Yazi was not just a level 10 cultivator. Chapter 751. On the other side, after Su Chen used the Atlas shape-shifting technique, he easily killed the 4 level 9 half-orcs. After collecting the fragments, he carried the heavily injured level 10 orc back to the car. Lead the way to Sky City. If you dare to play any tricks, I'll kill you on the spot. Su Chen stared at the level 10 orc and said coldly, Yes. The level 10 orc was so scared that he trembled. Behind him, the intelligent war chariot continued to drive toward Sky City. Su Chen sat in the driver's seat and started to sort out the fragments. This time, he did not kill many mutated races, but the number of fragments dropped was close to 2,000. Killing high-level mutated races is still the best. Su Chen sighed from the bottom of his heart. Half an hour later, he finished sorting out the fragments and opened the Doomsday Shopping Center to check. When he saw that the level 9 all attributes, fragment required 7,000 energy points, he fell into deep thought. Currently, he only had slightly more than 5,000 energy points. He still needed more than 1,000 energy points to exchange for the level 9 all attributes fragment. Considering that it was very dangerous to enter Sky City, he planned to raise his cultivation level to level 9 before entering. This way, he would need more than 1,000 energy points. If it were any other place, he would have to kill at least tens of thousands of zombies or mutated races to get 1,000 energy points. It would be very troublesome. However, it was different in the Fallen Lands. There were many high-level mutated races living here. If he was lucky, he would be able to gather enough energy points after killing 3 to 5 of them. Thinking of this, Su Qin changed his mind about going to Sky City immediately. Instead, he asked the level 10 orc, "Are there any mutated race cultivators nearby?" The level 10 orc thought for a while and replied, "There's a group of titans at Timi Vasidia." "Okay, let's go to Mti Vasidia first." Su Qin was a little excited. The titan giants were very powerful. He had killed 4 of them before, so he had a deep impression of them. Moreover, killing the titan giants would drop a lot of fragments. If he killed a level 10 titan, he estimated that there would be about 1,000 fragments. Under the guidance of the level 10 half-orc, the intelligent war chariot changed its direction and headed straight for Gray Sky Mountain. A day later, the intelligent war chariot arrived at the foot of the Gray Sky Mountain. As expected, they found 5 titans. The strongest one was at level 10, while the other 4 were at level 9. Su Chen and Wu Yazi joined forces and easily exterminated all of them with lightning speed. Su Chen also obtained 2,000 fragments as he wished. After exchanging all of them for energy points, his total energy points exceeded 7,000. He then exchanged them for a level 9 all attributes fragment and became a level 9 full-time practitioner. This time, Su Chen could be considered to have tasted the sweetness. He secretly made up his mind. Whether Li Kuiyang cooperated with him or not, he didn't plan to let any of the outsiders in the abandoned land go. 3 days later, the intelligent war chariot reached a place a few hundred meters away from Tiandu City. Tiandu City sounded like a big city, but what appeared in front of them was just an ordinary town. Su Chen originally thought that the level 10 orc was lying to him. However, after seeing that there was indeed a false divine being, he believed that this town was Tiandu City. Then he mercilessly killed the level 10 orc. Then he let everyone enter the chaos space and put the intelligent war chariot into his storage bag. He then sneaked towards where the false divine being was. Chapter 752. After spending more than half an hour, Su Chen sneaked into a large courtyard. This was where the pseudo-sanctuary was located. However, what surprised Su Chen was that there was not a single guard in the courtyard. He did not know if the other party was fearless or had other preparations. Su Chen stood in the courtyard and glanced around. Just as he was about to walk into a room, a majestic voice rang out. A dignified voice sounded in his ears, "You actually dared to sneak into my residence. You've got guts." Su Chen knew that his whereabouts had been discovered. However, he did not care. His purpose of coming here was to meet Li Kuiyang, and they would meet sooner or later. "Is that Senior Li Kuiyang?" Su Chen looked at the room in front of him and said loudly. The room was silent for a while, and then the voice sounded again. "I'm Li Kuiyang. Come in and talk." "Thank you." Su Chen replied and walked straight into the room. An old man with a bleak figure and a withered face stood in the room. It was Li Kuiyang. When Su Chen entered, Li Kuiyang glanced at Su Chen and said softly, "You entered the abandoned land from outside, right?" Su Chen did not hide anything. Li Kuiyang nodded slightly and then said in a deep voice, "Tell me, what's your purpose here?" "I'm here to make a deal with Senior," Su Chen said directly. "A deal?" Li Kuiyang narrowed his eyes and sized up Su Chen again. He chuckled and said, "Tell me about it." "There are a total of 2 deals. Let's talk about them one by one." Su Chen cleared his throat and said slowly, "The first one is relatively simple. I want to use food to exchange for level 8 energy stones with Senior." Li Kuiyang's eyes lit up when he heard that there was food. In the abandoned land, food was too important. It was even far more important than cultivation resources. This was because if one did not eat, one would starve to death sooner or later. Even if one reached the level of a pseudo-sanctuary, it was inevitable. Without cultivation resources, one's cultivation would at most stop advancing. Therefore, the importance of this matter was self-evident. How much food can you offer? Li Kuiyang asked anxiously. Senior, how many level 8 energy stones do you have? Su Chen asked. You get what you pay for. The more level 8 energy stones he had, the more food he would be able to offer. On the other hand, he wouldn't give more. I only have 3. Li Kuiyang did not hesitate. Su Chen was a little disappointed and sighed. If there are only 3, I can give you 3 mutant beast corpses. If it was outside, even the 300 mutant beast corpses might not be able to exchange for 3 level 8 energy stones. However, things were different in the abandoned land. Based on his observations over the past few days and the information he obtained from the half-beastmen, he was certain that the corpses of 3 mutated beasts could be exchanged for 3 level 8 energy stones. This could be considered as raising the price on the spot. Of course, he believed that Li Kuiyang would definitely agree. Li Kuiyang pondered for a while. Suddenly, a sharp light shot out of his eyes and went straight for Su Chen. Then, he said in a low voice, You're probably not level 10 yet, right? I just broke through to level 9, Su Chen said very naturally. Only level 9? And he just broke through? Li Kuiyang pinched his chin and chuckled. Since you know my name, you should also know my strength, right? Su Chen was only level 9, but he dared to come alone to make a deal. Moreover, he had always been fearless. This made Li Kuiyang feel very incredulous. Senior, you're a pseudo-sanctuary. I've known this for a long time, Su Chen replied indifferently. Chapter 753. Li Kuiyang found that he could not see through Su Chen anymore. It was too abnormal for a young man who was only at level 9 to be fearless from the beginning to the end when facing a false saint like him. Was he fearless because he was ignorant? Or was he fearless? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you and take your things? Li Kuiyang probed. I advise you not to do that, because no one below the sage level is my opponent. Su Chen said confidently. When he was at level 8, he could deal with a false saint, but it was almost impossible for him to defeat or kill one. At level 9, it might be a little troublesome to kill a false saint, but it would not be difficult to defeat one. Isn't he too arrogant? Li Kuiyang swallowed hard, and his expression was a little dull. A mere level 9 cultivator dared to claim that he could defeat a false saint. This boast was not ordinary. Do you think I'll believe it? Li Kuiyang snorted with a gloomy face. At this moment, he had already regarded Su Chen as a boastful person. Su Chen rubbed his nose and said lightly, Senior, if you don't believe me, we can find a place to compare notes. He knew that if he wanted Li Kuiyang to believe his words, he had to prove it to him in a battle. You really want to compare notes with me? Li Kuiyang's eyes widened, and he almost thought that he had misheard. If you're afraid, just pretend that I didn't say anything. Su Chen spread out his hands and made an indifferent expression. Li Kuiyang knew that Su Chen was provoking him, and his heart was suddenly ignited with anger. A mere level 9 cultivator dared to provoke him like this. If he did not dare to accept it, he would definitely become a laughingstock. Since you're so confident, I'll satisfy your request, Li Kuiyang responded coldly. He secretly swore that he would teach Su Chen a lesson this time. Senior, this place is not suitable for comparing notes. Do you dare to come to my chaos space? Su Chen opened the chaos space as he spoke. Fighting with a false saint would cause too much of a commotion. If things went wrong, even the Tiandu city might be destroyed. You even have a primal chaos space? Seems like this old man has underestimated you. Li Kuiyang smacked his lips and entered the chaos space, without hesitation. It could be said that he was bold because of his skills. He was not afraid of an ambush in the chaos space at all. Seeing that Li Kuiren was so decisive, Su Chen did not hesitate. He put the bracelet of chaos space in a safe corner and then entered it. The moment Li Kuiyang entered the primal chaos space, He saw a large group of people in front of him. His eyelids twitched. However, at this moment, Wuxia took a step forward and arrived before him. He questioned coldly, "Who are you?" Sensing the berserk aura emanating from Wuxia, Li Kuiyang's expression froze as he cried out involuntarily, "You're a false saint." At this moment he somewhat understood. No wonder Su Chen was so fearless. It turned out that he had a false saint by his side. "Senior Wuxia, this is Senior Li Kuiyang from the Tiandu city. I invited him here." At this moment, Su Chen entered the primal chaos space and explained. Knowing that it was Su Chen who invited him, Wuxia breathed a sigh of relief. "Senior Brother Gu, all of you step back a little. I want to compare notes with Senior Li in a while." After explaining, Su Chen turned to Gu Tianhua and the others and said, "Su Chen wants to compare notes with a false saint?" Gu Tianhua and the others were stunned. Tan Lin and Yang Qian even began to worry. Su Chen was very strong, but no matter how strong he was, he could not be a match for a false saint, right? After all, Su Chen was only at level 8. There was a whole 3 levels difference between him and a false saint. Chapter 754. Wuxia didn't quite understand why Su would do this. He had fought with Su Chen before and knew Su Chen's strength very well. With Su Chen's strength, it was very difficult for him to defeat a false saint. He might even suffer a small loss. "Su Chen, are you confident?" Wuxia walked to Su Chen's side and asked in a low voice. "It's not a big problem." Su Chen smiled faintly. Wuxia was slightly startled. Su Chen's smile showed extreme confidence. It gave him the feeling that he didn't care about a false saint at all. Could it be that his strength has increased again? Wuxia muttered in his heart, then walked silently to the side. "Do you really want to spar with me?" After everyone had retreated to the side, Li Kuiyang still didn't quite believe it and tried to probe. "Senior, let's not waste time." Su Chen smiled faintly and directly used the Atlas shape-shifting skill. When its body rose to a height of 30 meters, an unparalleled pressure spread out. Judging from its aura, its cultivation had reached level 10. Level 10. Junior brother Su had actually advanced. Chen Feng and the others were stunned. They clearly remembered that Su Chen had advanced to level 8 not long ago. How did he advance to level 9 in the blink of an eye? Wasn't this speed of advancement too terrifying? "I see." Wuxia clicked his tongue and had a look of realization. When Su Chen was at level 8, he could already compete with a false saint. After advancing to level 9, it was indeed very likely that he could defeat a false saint. Chen Gu really advanced? That's too awesome. Yang Hao and the others were stunned for a moment, then became excited. Tan Lin and Yang Qian looked at each other and smiled. After learning that Su Chen had advanced, their original worries had disappeared without a trace. No one knew Su Chen better than they did. All along, Su Chen had always been an existence that surpassed ranks to crush opponents. After using the shape-shifting skill to reach level 10, he was only 1 level away from a false saint. He could completely defeat Li Kuiyang. "This is your trump card? I'm afraid you can't defeat me with this." Li Kuiyang chuckled. Even if Su Chen had advanced to level 10, he didn't take him seriously. After all, there was an insurmountable gap between level 10 and a false saint. The difference was still very obvious. Su Chen did not answer. He moved his feet and suddenly launched an attack at Li Kuiyang. What fast speed! Li Kuiyang's eyelids twitched. Although Su Chen was only at level 10, his speed was not inferior to a false saint. "Bring it on." This punch was powerful and heavy. Wherever it passed, the void would emit a trembling sound. Seeing this, Su Chen curled his lips slightly and instantly released his mind power. An invisible force swept forward like a stormy sea and instantly shrouded Li Kuiyang. "Spirit Reader." Li Kuiyang was shocked. Under the restraint of Su Chen's mind power, he found that his movements had become extremely sluggish. To be able to cause such a situation, it meant that Su Chen's mind power had at least reached the level of a false saint. However, what he couldn't figure out was that Su Chen was clearly only at level 10. How could his mind power be so strong? For a moment, he couldn't figure out the situation. He didn't think too much about it. He suddenly exerted force and shattered the invisible force around him. Unexpectedly, just as he broke free, there was a dense whistling sound in his ears. What he saw was 100 golden fist shadows smashing down at him. Secret fist technique. Li Kuyang gritted his teeth and pushed forward with one hand. A giant palm suddenly appeared in front of him. Chapter 755. Bang bang bang. In a series of explosions, the golden fist shadows all smashed into the giant palm, and the two were finally destroyed. Ah, what else do you have? Li Kuyang laughed. He thought that after destroying Su Chen's spirit power and secret fist techniques, Su Chen wouldn't have any other tricks up his sleeve. But soon, reality gave him a hard slap in the face. He saw a blue torrent with flashes of lightning rushing towards him. When he felt the terrifying killing intent of the blue torrent, the smile on his face froze. He's also a psychic master. Li Kuyang swallowed hard, and his expression was a little sluggish. Su Chen had used the attacks of a psychic master and an evolver consecutively, and now he was using spells. This meant that Su Chen was a full-time cultivator, and each of his professions had reached level 9. There's such a monster in the world? Li Kuyang clicked his tongue, and when the blue torrent came close, a yellow battle sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and he slashed with the sword. There was a thunderous explosion. The blue torrent was shattered by the sword, but the yellow battle sword was also blown into pieces. Li Kuyang took a few steps back under the impact of the thunder explosion and looked a little embarrassed. When he just stabilized his body, a shrill whistling sound suddenly sounded in the air. It was a gray wind blade that was a few feet long sweeping towards him. Wind element spell? Li Kuyang was a little confused. Su Chen turned out to be a dual elemental mage, which was out of his expectations. Moreover, this wind blade was far beyond level 10, which made him feel very dangerous. Facing the wind blade flying towards him, Li Kuyang didn't choose to retreat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood onto his right hand. The next moment he saw a bloody glow on his right hand. Li Kuyang clenched his fist and punched out. There was a bang. The wind blade was shattered by the punch. The bloody glow on Li Kuyang's fist also weakened a little. He was just about to take a breath, but he suddenly felt the temperature around him rise sharply. Soon, a fireball the size of a face flew towards him. Feeling the scorching heat of the fireball, Li Kuyang almost cursed it out loud. Su Chen had actually used a third spell. Was there any justice in this world? Seeing this, Gu Tianhua, who was not far away, sighed with emotion. Junior brother Su is starting to crush his opponents again. He clearly remembered that a few days ago at the Sun Moon Star Palace, Su Chen had used this method to crush Nen Lichuan. Who would have thought that after advancing to level 1, he would still be able to crush a false saint? It was truly amazing. So strong. Wu Yazi couldn't help but click his tongue. Su Chen, who had advanced to level 9, was so powerful that even he felt a little apprehensive. He could imagine that if he were to fight with Su Chen now, it was very likely that he would lose miserably. There was even a great possibility that he would be killed. Boom. But at this moment, a violent explosion sounded on the field. Li Kuyang's fist shattered the fireball that was flying towards him, but he was also forced to take a few steps back from the explosion, and his clothes were charred black. How tenacious! The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly. He took out the enchanted sword from the storage bag, opened the pet-raising space, and summoned the bone-cold ghost fire. Little Gu, attach yourself to my ice spell later and kill him. Su Chen ordered. Yes, master. The bone-chill nether fire replied. Chapter 756. Su Chen quickly infused the enchanted divine saber with ice-type spells and then swept it out. A white torrent rushed out from it, and the bone-chilling nether fire jumped on it and merged with it. Instantly, an extremely terrifying chill swept out in all directions. Even though Chen Feng and the others were far away, they still felt a bone-chilling cold and couldn't help but retreat. What a terrifying ice-type spell! Wu Yazi was shocked. On the other side, Li Kuiyang's face changed completely. The ice-type spell released by Su Chen brought unprecedented pressure to him. He knew that if he couldn't block it, he would definitely be defeated and might even be killed. Thinking of this, Li Kuiyang opened his mouth and spat out a blue bead. It spun and floated above his head. Then, a bright blue light burst out from it and slowly flowed down like a waterfall, wrapping Li Kuiyang in it. Li Kuiyang used a divine weapon. Wu Yazi exclaimed. With his eyesight and knowledge, he recognized the blue bead floating above Li Kuiyang's head at a glance. It was a defensive divine weapon. Li Kuiyang was a false saint, but he was forced to use a divine weapon by Su Chen. It could be seen how powerful Su Chen was now. Sizzle, but at this moment, the white torrent hit the blue barrier around Li Kuiyang. A terrifying chill raged and sealed the blue barrier in ice in the blink of an eye. Li Kuiyang's face changed slightly. However, after seeing that the blue barrier was not damaged, he heaved a sigh of relief. "You have some ability." Su Chen narrowed his eyes and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Since Li Kuiyang used a divine weapon, he wouldn't be polite. Suddenly, a colorful hill appeared above Li Kuiyang's head. Under Su Chen's control, it smashed down heavily. There was a loud boom. The blue barrier around Li Kuiyang shattered like paper in the face of the 10,000-kilogram weight of the primary 5 Extremes mountain. Seeing this, Li Kuiyang was inexplicably shocked and his heart was in his throat. If the hill in front of him fell, he would definitely not be able to block it. Even if he didn't die, he would end up seriously injured. Fortunately, Su Chen didn't want to kill him. After destroying the blue barrier, he withdrew the primary 5 Extremes mountain. However, after this attack, the outcome was clear. Su Chen crushed all the way and won the final victory with an absolute advantage. "I've lost." Li Kuiyang stared blankly at Su Chen, then sighed dejectedly. As a false saint, he had been defeated by a level 9 cultivator. Moreover, he had been defeated without being able to fight back. His heart was very complicated. Junior brother Su Chen is now? Chen Feng and the others looked at each other and felt that it was inconceivable. Su Chen could crush a false saint when he was only at level 9. Once he advanced to level 10, wouldn't he not even take a sage-level existence seriously? Su Chen kept the bone-chill nether fire in the pet-raising space. Then, he looked at Li Kuiyang and smiled faintly. "Senior, since you've acknowledged my strength, let's talk about the second deal." Li Kuiyang forced himself to be alert and sighed. "What deal?" Su Chen said in a deep voice, "I want to join forces with you to uproot and kill all the foreign tribesmen in the abandoned land." Chapter 757. What? Li Kuiyang was shocked. Su Chen actually wanted to kill all the mutated people in the abandoned land. How audacious! Do you know how many mutated people there are in the abandoned land? Do you know how strong they are? Li Kuiyang calmed down and asked. There were thousands of mutated people in the abandoned land, and most of them were powerhouses above level 9. Their strength was enough to destroy the world. Su Chen chuckled nonchalantly. "Catch the ringleader first. As long as we kill those 2 false saints, the rest of the mutated people will become scattered sand. They will not be a problem." Hearing this, Li Kuiyang suddenly moved. He had lived in the abandoned land for thousands of years and knew the situation here like the back of his hand. White Emperor cities Hujun and returning Sun Valley's Han Haoyang did have a large number of mutated people as their subordinates. However, other than their own people, the other mutated people all submitted to Hujun and Han Haoyang. Their lives were like an abyss of suffering. Once they killed Hujun and Han Haoyang, the rest of the mutated people would rebel among themselves without them needing to do anything. In this way, they could take them down one by one and dominate the abandoned land. "I agree. Tell me, what do you want?" Li Kuiyang pondered for a moment and said in a low voice. "I only want energy stones above level 8. "I'll leave the rest to you, senior," Su Chen said with certainty. Level 8 energy stones were just one of the reasons. He could also take the opportunity to harvest a large number of fragments. Of course, he would not point that out. That's all. Li Kuiyang was slightly stunned. Su Chen's request was too little. It was so little that he found it unbelievable. To avoid Li Kuiyang's suspicion, Su Chen smiled and said, "The abandoned land is barren and desolate. Is there anything more precious?" The most precious thing in the abandoned land was actually food. However, Su Chen was obviously someone who did not lack food. It was reasonable for him to only ask for level 8 energy stones. "Can you tell me why you want level 8 energy stones?" Li Kuiyang was still a little doubtful, so he probed. Su Chen thought for a moment and said, "Senior, do you want to leave the abandoned land?" "Leave the abandoned land?" Li Kuiyang's lips parted slightly as he sank into his memories. Speaking of which, he had taken the initiative to enter the abandoned land. Originally, he thought that being able to live forever was his greatest wish. However, after living in the abandoned land for thousands of years and being trapped in a fixed space, he gradually grew tired of this boring life. In recent years, he even had thoughts of suicide. If he was given another chance to make a choice, he would rather die than enter the forsaken land. "You can leave the abandoned land?" Li Kuiyang came to his senses and stared at Su Chen with hope in his eyes. After leaving the human continent for so many years, he missed it very much. If Su Chen could really take him away, even if he knew that he would die from the exhaustion of his lifespan, he would not hesitate in the slightest. "As long as we have enough level 8 energy stones, we can definitely leave this place." Su Chen nodded heavily. Hiss! Li Kuiyang took a deep breath and became excited. If it were someone else who said this, he would definitely not believe it. This was because it was impossible to leave the abandoned land. Otherwise, after so many years, people would have left long ago. However, it was different when it was said by Su Chen. Su Chen had previously said that he could defeat Li Kuiyang, and he really did it. This showed that Su Chen's words and actions were not aimless, but he had absolute confidence in them. Chapter 758. Thinking of this, Li Kuiyang took out 3 level 8 energy stones without hesitation and threw them to Su Chen. He said, "As long as we can leave this place, I'll listen to you." "Thank you, Senior." Su Chen happily put away the level 8 energy stones and said, "Senior, if we attack, who do you think we should kill first? Hu Juan or Han Haoyang?" In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he planned to attack as soon as possible. Since he didn't know much about Hu Juan and Han Haoyang, he wanted to hear Li Kuiyang's opinion. Li Kuiyang thought for a moment and replied, "Kill Han Haoyang first. He's too strong. As long as we kill him, Hu Juan won't be a threat." This answer made Su Chen a little surprised. According to his understanding, Han Haoyang was a Dharma person and was most likely a Dharma psychic. A Dharma psychic's attack power was very strong, but their defense was relatively weak. At the level of a false saint, if one didn't have a strong defense, they would be easily killed once they got close. "Senior, Han Haoyang should be a Dharma psychic, right? He's stronger than you?" Su Chen asked in surprise. "He's much stronger than me. Even if Hu Juan and I work together, we might not be his match." Li Kuiyang nodded and explained, "He has a sacred level defensive armor. Normal attacks can be ignored. Even if it's a sacred level attack, it can block a few attacks. Moreover, he has one of the top 10 exceptional flames, the 8 Waste Destruction Flame. It can be combined with fire-type spells at will. Its power is unparalleled." Speaking of this, he suddenly remembered that the ice-type spell Su Chen had just used had an ice-type flame. Its power was also quite terrifying. "He can't have an exceptional flame too, right?" Li Kuiyang muttered. When Su Chen heard about the 8 Waste Destruction Flame, his eyes suddenly lit up. He had a deep understanding of the power of an exceptional flame. At this moment, he was thinking of snatching the 8 Waste Destruction Flame. As for Han Haoyang's strength, he wasn't worried. Wu Yazi, Li Kuiyang, and the 3 of them couldn't kill a false saint. They wouldn't be able to survive in the future. "Senior, I'm confident that I can kill Han Haoyang. When do we make our move?" Su Chen took a deep breath and asked. Hearing this, Li Kuiyang's expression changed. "It's best to act as soon as possible." That was what Su Chen thought as well. He then called Wu Yazi to his side and the 3 of them began discussing. Half an hour later, Su Chen left the chaos space alone. Then he quietly left Heaven Capital and flew straight to Returning Sun Valley. In order to avoid attracting attention and reach Returning Sun Valley earlier, he did not take out the intelligent war chariot. However, with his current speed, he was actually much faster than the intelligent war chariot at full speed. At most, it would just consume a bit of energy. However, this was not a problem for Suchin because he had the stamina recovery potion. Whenever he was exhausted, he could drink a bottle and immediately return to his peak state. Behind him, Suchin galloped all the way and finally arrived at the periphery of Returning Sun Valley after a day. Returning Sun Valley was located in a few towering mountain ranges. The terrain was very steep, and there were many guards guarding the entrance. It was absolutely impossible to enter from the entrance without being noticed. Suchin narrowed his eyes and pondered for a while. Then, he opened the chaos space and contacted Li Kuang. "Senior, is this Returning Sun Valley?" Li Kuang replied affirmatively. Suchin nodded and then communicated with the intelligent war chariot. "Satoshi, search for the exact location of the strongest person in Returning Sun Valley." Chapter 759. The intelligent war chariot searched for a while and quickly replied, "We found 2 false saints in a courtyard in the valley." 2 false saints? Suchin was slightly stunned. Jianghu Valley was Han Haoyang's territory. One of them must be Han Haoyang. Then who was the other false saint? Could it be Hu Jun? Thinking of this, Suchin took a deep breath and said to the intelligent war chariot, "Satoshi, lock onto these 2 people and display their images." The image on the central control screen changed. Soon, a Dharma person and a night demon person appeared. Han Haoran was a Dharma person, and Hu Jun was a night demon. Suchin was almost certain that it was these 2 people. Later, he contacted Li Kuang again and briefly described the appearance of these 2 false saints. Li Kuang confirmed that it was Hu Jun and Han Haoran. "Suchin, since the 2 of them are together, let's not make a move for the time being," Li Kuang persuaded. Suchin pondered for a moment and asked, "Senior Li, if you and Senior Wu Yazi join forces, can you deal with Hu Jun?" If Hu Jun and Han Haoyang were together, they could kill them all in one fell swoop. However, if it was just him alone, it would definitely not be enough. If Wu Yazi and Li Qiren could deal with Hu Jun, he should have no problem dealing with Han Haoyang alone. If Brother Wu and I join forces, we can kill Hu Jun. The key is that it's too dangerous for you to deal with Han Haoyang alone, Li Kuang said worriedly. Then there's no problem. Suchin smiled and continued, "When we enter Jianghu Valley later, you can deal with Hu Jun without worry. I'm confident that I can kill Han Haoyang." Li Kuang clicked his tongue. When he wanted to persuade him, he was interrupted by Wu Yazi. "Brother Li, listen to Suchin. His strength is not as simple as what you see." What did he mean? Li Kuang was confused. Could it be that Suchin hid his strength when he fought with him? Thinking back to the scene of being crushed by Suchin before, if Suchin was really hiding his strength, then how strong was his true strength? Suchin did not explain further. He closed the chaos space and walked into the air step by step. When he reached a certain height, he quickly rushed into Returning Sun Valley. 5 to 6 minutes later, he appeared in the sky above Jianghu Valley. He locked onto the courtyard where Hu Jun and Han Haoyang were and shot straight down. There was a loud boom. In the next moment, Suchin landed on the ground, leaving 2 holes in the ground. The loud noise quickly attracted the attention of Hu Jun and Han Haoyang. When they saw that it was a young human in front of them, their expressions froze. "Human, how did you enter this place?" Han Haoyang stared at Suchin and questioned coldly. Returning Sun Valley's defenses were impenetrable. How did a human enter this place? This made him very puzzled. The corner of Suchin's mouth twitched. Why would a dying man know so much? After saying that, he quickly opened the chaos space. The moment Wu Yazi and Li Kuang came out, they immediately attacked Hu Jun. "Li Kuang, how dare you? How dare you bring people to my territory? You're courting death." Han Haoyang gritted his teeth and roared. Just as he was about to attack Li Kuang, he heard Suchin's cold voice. "Han Haoyang, your opponent is me. With just you. Han Haoyang's face was full of contempt. In his eyes, Su Chen was at most level 10. A level 10 cultivator dared to fight him head-on. Wasn't he courting death? Chapter 760. Su Chen had never fought against a false sage Dharma psychic before. At this moment, he was filled with a strong desire to fight. Suddenly, his body rose by 10 feet. After his cultivation reached level 10, he threw out the Integrated 5 Extremes Mountain and used his killer move right from the start. Divine Weapon. Han Haoyang was a little shocked. When the Integrated 5 Extremes Mountain came crashing down, a purple armor appeared on his body. Purple runes flowed on it, emitting an ancient and heavy aura. In the next moment, the Integrated 5 Extremes Mountain came crashing down. However, it was strangely stopped by a layer of purple aura and stopped in midair. Seeing this, Su Chen clicked his tongue. In the past, when he used the Integrated 5 Extremes Mountain, he could easily crush his opponents. He did not expect that it would be completely useless against Han Haoyang. This showed how powerful the divine weapon on Han Haoyang's body was. Kid, do you think you can kill me with a divine weapon? You're too naive. Han Haoyang sneered. He raised his hand and shot out a fireball the size of a faceplate. Whoosh whoosh, the moment the fireball appeared, the surrounding temperature rose rapidly. The air seemed to be burning. The entire courtyard seemed to have fallen into an erupting volcano. The nearby buildings were instantly reduced to ashes. Wu Yazi and the other two, who were originally fighting, also stopped at this moment. They all looked at Su Chen and Hu Kuei. The fireball that Han Haoyang released was infused with the 8 waste destruction flame. Its power was unparalleled. Even a false sage would find it difficult to deal with it. Would Su Chen, who was only level 10, be able to do it? Wu Yazi and Li Kuyang began to worry for Su Chen. A mere level 10 human wants to fight Han Haoyang head-on? You're courting death. Hu Jun laughed wantonly. In his opinion, Han Haoyang's fireball would definitely kill Su Chen. Once Su Chen died, Han Haoyang would free himself. Li Kuyang and Wu Yazi would both die. Let me see how powerful your strongest killer move is. Su Chen's expression turned serious, and he swept across with the enchanted saber in his hand. In an instant, a white torrent swept forward and violently collided with the fireball that was flying over. The two of them tangled for a moment before exploding, releasing a dazzling firework. It was so beautiful that no one could look at it directly. By the time the dazzling light had dissipated, 2 balls of flames, one black and one blue, were fighting fiercely in the air. You have a heavenly flame too? Han Haoyang exclaimed. At first, he didn't understand why his fireball was so easily blocked. It was only when he saw the heavenly flame that he came to a realization. Wu Yazi and Li Kuyang were shocked to see that Su Chen could really block Han Haoyang's attack. On the other hand, Hu Juan's expression was extremely ugly. If Su Chen could compete with Han Haoyang, Hu Juan would have to face the combined attacks of 2 pseudo-saints. The situation wasn't looking good. He might even lose his life here. On the other side, Su Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He released his mental strength and pulled the Netherworld Flame and the 8 Waste Destruction Flame to one side. Then he opened the pet breeding space, summoned a group of spiritual pets, and ordered, "You guys, catch this ball of flame." The 8 Waste Destruction Flame was only a level 8 flame. It was too easy for a group of spiritual pets and the Netherworld Flame to deal with it. You want to steal my heavenly flame? Han Haoyang was burning with anxiety. Just as he was about to release a spell to save the 8 Waste Destruction Flame, a huge figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Old thing, have a taste of my power now. All of a sudden, a cold whistle rang in Han Haoyang's ears. Chapter 761. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, his body quickly turned illusory. Then he split into 2 and then into 4. In the blink of an eye, there were 10 illusory figures that looked exactly like him. What kind of secret skill is this? Han Haoyang was extremely shocked. He could clearly feel that each of the illusory figures exuded a powerful aura. They were exactly the same as Su Chen's original body. However, at this moment, Su Chen suddenly launched an attack. The 11 of him attacked at the same time. Various spells of various elements fell from the sky. The integrated 5 Extremes mountain also smashed down from the sky. Su Chen's original body held the chaos sky-splitting sword and slashed down. Bang bang. Boom, in a series of violent explosions, Han Haoyang was completely drowned. Seeing this scene, Wu Yazi and the other 2 stopped fighting again. Su Chen still has such a killer move. Li Kuiyang took a deep breath. His face was full of shock. He even thought that if Su Chen had used such a killer move when he sparred with him, he would have been blasted into pieces. Hu Jun looked at Han Haoyang with a solemn expression. His eyes kept darting around. If Han Haoyang was dead or seriously injured, he would escape without hesitation. After Su Chen's attack, the 10 illusory figures gradually dissipated. At this moment, he squinted his eyes and glanced at Han Haoyang. He saw that Han Haoyang's face was abnormally pale. Dense cracks had also appeared on his armor. He looked like he was seriously injured. "Human, you're much stronger than I imagined." Han Haoyang coughed heavily and continued, "However, my strength is also beyond your imagination." As soon as he finished speaking, a flame surged on his body. It burned fiercely for a while, then sank into the purple armor. After the purple armor absorbed the flame, it was repairing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Using magic power to repair? Su Chen muttered. The corner of his mouth inexplicably drew a strange arc. He suddenly remembered that there was still a sacred artifact grade yellow greatsword in his storage bag. This greatsword had been modified by Wu Yazi. After fusing with the breaking stone, it had become a breaking sword. It was the nemesis of all psychics and telekinesis masters below the saint level. It was the most suitable weapon to deal with Han Haoyang. "I only need 1 strike to kill you." While Han Haoyang was gloating, Su Chen took out the sword of forbidden and stabbed it into Han Haoyang's chest. "You want to break through my defense? Dream on." Han Haoyang did not panic in the slightest. He continued to release fire magic to repair the purple armor. Suddenly, he realized that he could no longer release fire magic. It was as if he had lost his connection with magic. As a magic psychic, if he couldn't use his magic power, he would be reduced to a cripple. What happened? Han Hao's face paled. "Pucci." All of a sudden, the sound of flesh being penetrated was transmitted into his ears. At the same time, an intense pain welled up in his heart. Han Haoyang gritted his teeth and looked down. He saw that a yellow greatsword had pierced through his chest. Han Haoyang's consciousness began to blur. Su Chen snorted and smashed Han Haoyang's head with a punch. Bang! The moment Han Haoyang's headless corpse fell to the ground, the purple armor on his body shattered. Thousands of shards of different colors shone. Han Haoyang is dead? Hu Jun shuddered. He threw 2 punches at Wu Yazi and Li Junyang, then spread his wings and soared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Chapter 762. Oh no! Wu Yazi and Li Kuiyang shouted at the same time. Once Hu Juan escaped, it would be very difficult to kill him. Ha! Hu Juan, who was in midair, laughed wildly and said, "Li Kuiyang, you want to kill me? Just wait for my revenge." With the ability to fly, he believed that even if he was not a match for Li Kuiyang and the others, he could come and go freely without fear. "Do you think you can escape?" Su Chen smiled contemptuously. Then, under the gaze of Wu Yazi and the others, he walked into the sky step by step as if he was stepping on stairs. Seeing this scene, Wu Yazi and Li Kuiyang were so surprised that they could not close their mouths. However, Hu Juan's expression changed greatly. After a slight hesitation, he flapped the wings on his back and turned to escape. Although Su Chen was not a false sage, he could kill Han Haoyang. His strength was the strongest he had ever seen in his life. If he did not escape in time and was caught by Su Chen, he would lose his life. Su Chen snorted and instantly activated the rapid combat boots. Like a graceful swan across the sky, he chased after Hu Juan. Su Chen's means are really endless. Even his speed is as fast as lightning. Li Kuiyang sighed sincerely. He saw clearly that Su Chen's speed was much faster than Hu Juan's. It would not take long for him to catch up. With Su Chen's strength, killing Hu Juan should be easy. Sure enough, Su Chen caught up with Hu Juan after a while. After using several killing moves, he completely killed Hu Juan. After collecting the fragments, Su Chen turned and returned to the original place. Su Chen, what should we do next? Li Kuiyang came up and asked. After seeing Su Chen's strength, they looked at Su Chen with a trace of awe. Let me subdue the 8 waste destruction flame first. Su Chen replied and walked straight to the group of spiritual pets. At this moment, the 8 waste destruction flame was curled up on the ground under the attacks of the spirit pets, looking as if there was nothing left to live for. I'll give you a chance. Submit to me and you can live. Su Chen walked forward and shouted coldly. The 8 waste destruction flame shuddered. He did not reply immediately, as if he was considering something. Seeing this, Su Chen's face darkened, and he snorted lightly, "Attack together, kill it for me." Even at this stage, the 8 desolation destruction flame was still hesitating. He was simply being shameless. If he didn't teach it a lesson, it wouldn't know why the flowers were so red. Led by the flaming phoenix, the group of spiritual pets attacked one after another. For a time, the 8 desolation destruction flame cried out in pain. When Su Chen saw that it was about time, he signaled his pets to stop. Then he stared at the 8 waste destruction flame and said coldly, "Do you agree?" "Master, I agree. I am willing to submit to you." The 8 waste destruction flame was scared out of his wits. How could he dare to disagree? If he didn't agree, he would be beaten up. Even though it was a heavenly flame, it still couldn't withstand it. "At least you know what's good for you." Su Chen smirked. Then he took out 3 bottles of pet potion and ordered the 8 desolation destruction flame to drink them. The 8 desolation destruction flame didn't dare to disobey. It swallowed the potion obediently, and its eyes quickly became docile. After that, Su Chen kept all the spiritual pets in the pet-rearing space. Then he activated the soldier recruitment system and spent 1 energy point to bind his relationship with Li Kuiyang. "Senior, let's start. Let's get rid of all the foreign tribesmen in the returning Sun Valley." Su Chen looked at Wu Yazi and Li Kuiyang and said calmly. Although there were many level 10 cultivators in the returning Sun Valley, after Han Haoyang's death, they were like a group of dragons without a leader. If the 3 of them attacked together, they could totally kill them all. Chapter 763. Okay, let's do it now. Li Kuiyang had no objections and even looked a little excited. Although he was a false saint, he had been suppressed by Han Haoyang and Hu Jun's alien forces all these years. It could be said that he was very aggrieved. Now that he had a chance to vent his anger, he naturally wouldn't miss it. After that, Su Chen and the other 2 started a massacre in Jianghu Valley. After slaughtering all the foreign tribesmen in returning Sun Valley, they rushed to White Emperor City without stopping to continue their slaughter. In the end, the 3 of them worked together to kill almost 1,000 aliens. Of course, there were definitely more aliens in the abandoned land. However, after learning that the 3 false saint experts had slaughtered them, they all went into hiding. Su Chen's main purpose was still to obtain level 8 energy stones. After destroying White Emperor City, he began to count his gains. He had collected a terrifying 30,000 fragments. If he exchanged all of them for energy points, he might be able to advance to False Saint. However, there must be something good with so many fragments. It wasn't worth it to exchange all of them for energy points. He wanted to sort them out first. As for level 8 energy stones, he only obtained 3. Including the 3 that Li Kuiyang had given him, he only had 19 in total. He needed at least 20 to advance the intelligent war chariot to level 8, so he was still short of 1. Seniorly, where else in the abandoned land can we find level 8 energy stones? Su Chen asked with a serious expression. Originally, he thought that it would be easy to gather 20 level 8 energy stones after destroying White Emperor City and Jianghu Valley. He didn't expect that he would be short of 1. If there were no more level 8 energy stones in the entire abandoned land, they would be in big trouble. Li Kuiyang's expression didn't look too good. After pondering for a long time, he said, I'm afraid there won't be any in other places, but there's a place where we can try our luck. Su Chen and Wu Yazi's expressions changed, and they both looked at Li Kuyang. Li Kuyang heaved a sigh of relief and said slowly, there is a high-level puppet in the Fallen Desert. He should have some high-level energy stones on him. Fallen Desert? Su Chen frowned. They came from the Fallen Wilderness. If there was a puppet at the false saint level there, why didn't the intelligent chariot sense it? Could it be beyond the range of the intelligent war chariot? Or does it have some kind of function that can block probing? Su Chen pondered for a moment and asked, Senior, what is the estimated level of that puppet? The intelligent war chariot was upgraded to level 8 and could only be equipped with level 8 energy stones. Level 9 and 10 energy stones were temporarily unusable. If the puppet was level 9 or 10, there was no need to go there. I'm not sure what level it is, but there are rumors that it's stronger than an ordinary false saint, Li Kuyang explained. A puppet at the level of false saint? Su Chen's eyelids twitched, and then he asked, what level of energy stone did the false holy puppet use? I'm not sure either. Li Kuyang shook his head. Seeing this, Su Chen turned his gaze to Wu Yazi. The latter thought for a moment and said, I heard that at the false saint level, puppets don't use energy stones anymore. Instead, they use an or called mechanical heart. Mechanical heart? Su Chen pondered for a moment and immediately opened his storage bag to contact the intelligent war chariot. Satoshi, do you know about mechanical heart? Chapter 764. Master, the mechanical heart is a very precious or that can be used by puppets of any level. As long as you install one on me, I can upgrade to level 8, the intelligent war chariot replied. Su Chen suddenly became excited and said to Li Kuyang, Senior, do you know the specific location of that puppet? I only know the general location, Li Kuyang replied. Okay, let's go to the Fallen Wilderness. Su Chen didn't waste time. He took out the intelligent war chariot, made it bigger, and asked Li Kuyang and Wu Yazi to get on. Su Chen, your MCV is too magical, isn't it? Li Kuyang was surprised. It was the first time he had seen a MCV that could change its size. It simply subverted his understanding of the MCV. Wu Yazi also felt the same. As a master craftsman, he had also built many MCV, but it was absolutely impossible for him to build one like the intelligent war chariot. Su Chen smiled and didn't explain. Instead, he said, Senior, please lead the way. Let's go to the Fallen Wilderness immediately. Li Kuyang nodded and began to lead the way. Su Chen sat in the driver's seat and sorted out the debris. 5 days later, the intelligent war chariot entered the Fallen Wilderness and stopped in front of a huge mound. Li Kuyang glanced outside the car and said slowly, according to the information I learned before, the puppet should be nearby. Su Chen glanced at the central control screen and saw that there was no abnormality on it. He said to the intelligent war chariot, Satoshi, search for it. The intelligent war chariot had a special ability to sense things like ores. If there was a mechanical heart, it could most likely find it. Master, there is a violent energy fluctuation under that mound. It should be the mechanical heart. After searching for a while, the intelligent war chariot replied excitedly, Senior, I found the puppet. When it appears, let's attack together and suppress it first, Su Chen said. After all, it was a puppet at the pseudo-saint level. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. Don't worry. Wu Yazi and Li Kuyang rubbed their hands together, looking a little excited. The moment the door opened, Su Chen and the other two rushed out of the car and stood in front of the mound. Su Chen stared at it and condensed a fireball in his palm. Just as he was about to smash it down, the mound in front of him suddenly exploded. Then, a golden puppet the size of a building rushed out from the ground. Boom! When the golden puppet landed on the ground, the entire ground shook violently. Why does he look like Little Tai? Su Chen glanced at the golden puppet, and his eyelids twitched. The golden puppet was also made of steel. Other than its color, it looked exactly the same as the mechanical soldier. It could be said to be an enlarged version of mechanical soldier. At this time, the golden puppet also glanced at Su Qin and the others. When its gaze fell on the intelligent war chariot, its eyes suddenly shot out an extremely scorching light. Then he stretched out a large steel hand and grabbed the intelligent war chariot. Su Qin was shocked. The strength of the golden puppet was at the pseudo-saint level. If it grabbed the intelligent war chariot, it would probably crush it into pieces. In a hurry, Su Qin raised his hand and threw out the primordial 5 extremes mountain in front of the intelligent war chariot. There was a loud bang. The primordial 5 extremes mountain had just turned 100 feet tall when it was sent flying by the golden puppet and smashed into the ground. Chapter 765. *CK. Seeing this scene, Su Qin exclaimed. Not only was the combined 5 extremes mountain a saint artifact, it weighed over 108,000 kilograms, yet it was easily sent flying by the golden puppet. This was something he did not expect. At the same time, he also realized that the golden puppet was definitely several times stronger than Han Haoyang. Wu Yazi and Li Kuyang also had solemn expressions. After looking at each other, they gritted their teeth and attacked the golden puppet. They knew very well that even if they joined forces, they would definitely not be a match for the golden puppet. However, in order to buy time for Su Qin, they could only bite the bullet and attack. On the other side, after the golden puppet sent the primordial 5 extremes mountain flying, it continued to grab the intelligent war chariot. Just as it was about to catch it, the intelligent war chariot suddenly disappeared. The intelligent war chariot was not an ordinary war chariot. It was very intelligent. At this critical moment, it immediately activated the invisibility function. The golden puppet let out a very human-like sound of surprise. Suddenly, 2 purple rays of light shot out from its eyes. After a sweep, it actually displayed the intelligent war chariot. Then, it reached out to grab the intelligent war chariot again. However, at this moment, Wu Yazi and Li Kuyang had already rushed in front of the golden puppet and launched their strongest killing moves. Wu Yazi shot out a torrent of starlight while Li Kuyang slashed down with a huge yellow saber. The golden puppet faced the attacks of the 2 pseudo-saints without moving. There was even contempt in its eyes. 2 loud bangs were heard. The torrent of starlight and the huge yellow saber collided with the golden puppet's body at the same time, but it only made its body tremble slightly. How is this possible? Wu Yazi and Li Kuyang were shocked as if they had seen a ghost. The golden puppet's strength was far beyond their imagination. They even suspected that it was a saint-level puppet. Su Qin's eyelids also twitched. At this time, he did not hesitate and directly opened the Doomsday Maul. He spent 10,000 energy points to exchange for a level 10 all attributes fragment and raised his cultivation to level 10. Get lost. At the same time, the golden puppet shouted coldly. His voice was like a clap of thunder as an enormous pressure swept out, forcing Wu Yazi and Li Kuyang back several steps. After intimidating Wu Yazi and Li Kuyang, the golden puppet once again reached out to grab the intelligent war chariot. If you dare to touch it, I'll tear you apart. Suddenly, a cold whistle tore through the sky. Then, Su Qin, who had shrunk to 10 feet, flew over with an unparalleled murderous aura. False saint? Su Qin advanced? Wu Yazi and Li Kuyang were shocked when they clearly sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Su Qin's body. Su Qin had only advanced a few days ago, so how could he advance again in such a short time? It was truly inconceivable. The golden puppet also sensed the change in Su Qin's aura, but it did not care and continued to grab the intelligent war chariot. You're courting death. Su Qin rushed to the front of the intelligent war chariot, raised his hand and punched out. There was a loud bang. This punch heavily smashed into the golden puppet's palm. The two were in a stalemate for a moment, but the golden puppet was actually sent flying by the punch. Seeing this scene, Wu Yazi and Li Kuyang's jaws dropped, and their jaws almost fell off. Who would have thought that after advancing, Su Qin would be so powerful that he could even send the golden puppet, which was the size of a building, flying with a punch? The strength of his strength had reached a level that caused people to be flabbergasted. Chapter 766. The golden puppet got up from the ground, shook its head, looked at Su Chen, and said slowly, "Human, it's meaningless to continue fighting. Why don't we stop here?" Hearing this, Wu Yazi and Li Kuiyang's expressions froze. The golden puppet actually took the initiative to ask for peace with Su Chen. Obviously, it was shocked by Su Chen's strength. "You think we'll fight just because you said so? You think we'll stop just because you said so?" Su Chen sneered. The golden puppet attacking the intelligent war vehicle for no reason had already angered him. Moreover, he was still thinking about the golden puppet's mechanical heart. He had to fight. "What do you want?" The golden puppet said patiently. "Very simple. Give me your mechanical heart, and I'll let you go." Su Chen said straightforwardly. Once the mechanical heart was taken away, the golden puppet would definitely die. In his opinion, the golden puppet would never agree. He only said this to anger the golden puppet and force it to attack. The golden puppet was silent for a while, then said, "You want the mechanical heart to install the intelligent war vehicle, right? How do you know about the intelligent war vehicle?" Su Chen's eyelids suddenly twitched. The intelligent war vehicle was something dropped from the fragment. In the eyes of others, it was just a magical MCV. How could the golden puppet know? "Because I'm from the same race as it." The golden puppet smiled. "What?" As soon as this was said, not only was Su Chen dumbfounded, but even Wu Yazi and Li Kuiyang's mouths were wide open. They were so shocked that they could not speak. Puppets actually had a race? Wasn't this too inconceivable? As if seeing Su Chen's doubts, the golden puppet explained, "We belong to the mechanical race. However, in a great war 10,000 years ago, almost all of our people were destroyed, so you might not have heard of it." Great War 10,000 years ago? Su Chen suddenly recalled that the gold-devouring beetle had once said that there were 3 great powers in the universe: the Myriad Races Alliance, the Void Beasts, and the Mech Empire. From the very beginning, he had suspected that the intelligent chariots and mechanical soldiers were products of the Machine Kingdom. Now, after hearing the golden puppet's words, his suspicions deepened. "Are you from the Mech Kingdom?" Su Chen asked. The golden puppet nodded slightly. "You know quite a lot." "I am indeed from the Machine Empire." Wu Yazi and Li Kuiyang looked at each other in dismay. This was the first time they had heard of the Machine Empire. Su Chen pondered for a moment and said to the intelligent war chariot, "Satoshi, do you know this big guy?" "Master, although I don't have any impression of him, I have an inexplicable sense of intimacy with him," the intelligent war chariot answered truthfully. If they weren't of the same race, they wouldn't have such a feeling. This meant that the golden puppet wasn't lying. However, in this case, Su Chen was put in a difficult position. He had come here for the mechanical heart, but the golden puppet and the intelligent war chariot were of the same race. It wouldn't be appropriate for him to snatch the mechanical heart now. However, if he didn't get the mechanical heart, he wouldn't be able to leave the abandoned land. Su Chen tossed and turned for a while. Looking at the golden puppet, he probed, "Otetsu, do you have any extra mechanical hearts on you?" In his opinion, the golden puppet should belong to the same race as the mechanical soldiers. There was nothing wrong with calling him mechanical soldier, Xiao Tai, and the golden puppet Otetsu. It could also be considered as a way to get closer to each other. Chapter 767. No. The golden puppet shook its head. "This is difficult." Su Chen sighed. However, at this moment, the golden puppet spoke again. "If you urgently need a mechanical heart, I can give it to you." Su Chen was slightly taken aback and said, "If you give it to me, won't you die?" The golden puppet explained, "If I lose the mechanical heart, I will fall into a deep sleep. It doesn't mean that I will die. If you can find a new mechanical heart and install it on me, I can still be resurrected." "I see," Su Chen muttered. He felt that the golden puppet's words implied that it wanted to follow him. If that was the case, he would definitely agree. After all, the golden puppet's strength was there for all to see. Picking up such a powerful puppet for free, why not? However, whether the golden puppet meant this or not, he had to ask to know. Su Chen coughed lightly and asked, Otetsu, since you plan to give me the mechanical heart, do you want to continue staying here? Or do you want to stay by my side? If possible, I want to stay by your side, the golden puppet said seriously. After the fall of the Machine Empire, it was rare to meet a member of the machine race. It was unwilling to part with the intelligent war chariot. Since the intelligent war chariot chose to stay by Su Chen's side, it would follow along. Su Chen was delighted, but he said calmly, Are you really willing to give me the mechanical heart? The golden puppet nodded and then explained, I don't have much energy left in the mechanical heart. Even if I don't give it to you, I can only last 3 to 5 years, and that's under the premise that I can't fight. If that's the case, I will take you in. Su Chen replied and then promised, Don't worry, I will find a new mechanical heart and resurrect you as soon as possible. Thank you very much. The golden puppet nodded slightly. Without hesitation, it opened its chest and took out a blood-red gem. The moment the gem left its body, the golden puppet's eyes lost their color. Its huge body became motionless like a pile of scrap metal. Su Chen took the red gem in his hand and opened his storage pouch to store the golden puppet. Then, he said to the intelligent war chariot, Satoshi, this is the mechanical heart, right? It is indeed the mechanical heart. However, it does not have much energy left. If you want to upgrade it to level 8, you will need 3 more level 8 energy stones, the intelligent war chariot said. Su Chen did not mind. As long as he could reach level 8, it would not matter even if he used up all his level 8 energy stones. Shortly after, he installed the mechanical heart and 3 level 8 energy stones on the intelligent war chariot. An hour later, the intelligent war chariot was successfully upgraded to level 8. Su Chen started to communicate with it. Satoshi, can you leave now? Yes, but it is best to find a weaker boundary point. It will be easier to travel that way, the intelligent war chariot said. Then take your time to find it. Su Chen whispered and called Wu Yazi and Li Kuyang into the car. There were still many mutated tribes in the abandoned land. This was a considerable amount of wealth. He planned to kill as many as he could before he left to accumulate some fragments. In the next few days, Su Chen and the other 2 continued to kill the mutated tribes in the abandoned land. In the end, it was almost impossible to find any traces of the mutated tribes. Su Chen obtained another 20,000 fragments. After organizing them and exchanging them for energy points, the total number of energy points reached a shocking 40,000. Chapter 768. During this period, the intelligent war chariot also found a relatively weak boundary point and could leave this place at any time. Through the communication with the intelligent war chariot, Su Chen learned that after leaving the abandoned land, they would enter another realm. This realm was not fixed. It could be the continent of the human clan or the continent of other races. Su Chen did not care about this at all. With his current strength, he could even compete with a first-level saint-level expert. Moreover, on the continent, even the strength of a false saint would be suppressed to level 10. Therefore, for him, no matter which continent he traveled to, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. Before leaving, Su Chen planned to celebrate. Then, he called everyone out and prepared the food together. After some work, there were more than a dozen kinds of roasted mutant beasts, various fruits, and drinks in front of everyone. Li Kuyang had never seen so much sumptuous food, and he was drooling. Under Su Chen's signal, everyone began to eat heartily. After eating and drinking, Su Chen called Li Kuyang to his side. Senior, once you leave the abandoned land, will you die at any time? Su Chen probed. My lifespan has long been exhausted. Once I leave, I will definitely not live for more than 3 days, Li Kuyang replied affirmatively. Although he knew that he was about to die, he was not depressed at all. Instead, there was a trace of relief on his face. Hearing this, Su Chen pondered for a while and then said, If I take some spiritual materials to increase my lifespan before I leave, can I survive? After spending some time with Li Kuyang, he felt that Li Kuyang was a good person. In addition, his strength had reached the level of a false saint, so he planned to keep him by his side. You can, but spiritual materials that can increase your lifespan are treasures that can only be found by chance. It's difficult to find them in the outside world, let alone in the abandoned land. Li Kuiyang sighed. Su Chen's eyes lit up and he continued, Senior, if you swear to stay by my side and help me, I can provide some spiritual materials to increase your lifespan. You have them? Li Kuiyang looked at Su Chen in surprise. He realized that he couldn't see through Su Chen anymore. Su Chen was young, but he had the strength to crush a false saint, and he had countless good things on him. Perhaps there really were spiritual materials that could increase one's lifespan. Thinking of this, Li Kuiyang's breathing quickened. If he could leave this place and survive, that would be the best choice. So what if he submitted to Su Chen? Su Chen's talent was extraordinary, and his strength was unparalleled. It was very likely that he would become the strongest existence in the universe. Following such an expert was not shameful at all. In fact, they could even obtain opportunities. As long as Senior agrees, I will give you the item immediately, Su Chen said solemnly. I agree. Li Kuiyang did not hesitate at all. Su Chen was overjoyed. He then took out the oath stone. After Li Kuiyang made the oath, he took out a longevity fruit and gave it to Li Kuiyang. Senior, this is a longevity fruit. After eating it, you can increase your lifespan by 10 years. 10 years? Li Kuiyang clicked his tongue in surprise. A fruit could increase one's lifespan by 10 years. This meant that the longevity fruit was definitely the most precious thing in the world. Li Kuiyang held the longevity fruit with trembling hands. He took a deep breath and said, It's a waste to eat it now. I'll eat it when I leave this place. As he spoke, he returned the longevity fruit to Su Chen. Su Chen did not take it and said with a smile, Senior, you can keep it for yourself. After Li Kuiyang made the oath, he was one of them. There was no need to guard against him. Chapter 769. Since Su Chen had said so, Li Kuiyang did not decline and carefully put away the longevity fruit. After a while, Su Chen sat in the driver's seat and opened the Doomsday Mall. The first thing he looked at was the full attribute fragment column. After exchanging the level 10 full attribute fragment, the higher level fragment that appeared was the level 11 full attribute fragment. Level 11 corresponded to pseudo-saint, and the energy stones required to exchange for it were 15,000 energy points. Su Chen now had a total of 40,000 energy points, and it was easy to exchange for a level 11 full attribute fragment. However, considering that advancing to pseudo-saint would still suppress one's strength to level 10 on the continent, it was meaningless. Thus, he wanted to exchange for something else first. The fastest way to increase one's strength was to increase one's strength by 10,000 energy points. At present, there were still 4 items with 10,000 energy points that had not been exchanged. They were the E5 elements Thunder Purgatory Formation, City of Faith, Illusionary Blaze Feather Divine Dragon, and Drunken Life. Su Chen planned to exchange for one of them and use the remaining energy points to buy some Constitution potions to increase the strength of his spiritual pets. At his level, the opponents he encountered were all level 10 and above. The level of those soul pets was too low, so they were not of much use. In the long run, they would become useless. This was something that he did not want to see. Therefore, it was urgent to increase the strength of his spiritual pets. After making this decision, Su Chen turned his gaze to the items with 10,000 energy points. After thinking for a while, he spent 10,000 energy points to exchange for Drunken Life. The reason why he wanted to exchange for Drunken Life was entirely a kind of intuition. He felt that Drunken Life could bring him more help. The moment the exchange was successful, the feedback was quickly transmitted to his mind. Drunken Life was a magical ability that could cause the opponent to fall into a temporary illusion and be in a confused state. Not bad. The corners of Su Chen's mouth curled up slightly. Although Befuddled Life was an assistive divine ability, the effects it could play were no small matter. Just imagine, once the opponent fell into confusion, even if it was only for a breath, he could kill them with a powerful killing move. Shortly after, he checked the physique potion column. After some careful calculation, he finally exchanged for 3 bottles of level 8 Constitution Potion and 3 bottles of level 9 Constitution Potion. A total of 27,000 energy points were spent. Under the effects of the Vitality Potion, the Diamond Willow, the Heavenly Overlord Tortoise, and the Flaming Phoenix successfully leveled up to level 8. The Gold Devouring Beetles had also reached level 9. As for the super ancient devouring adamantine mosquito, Su Chen did not give it any constitution potion. This fellow could advance by consuming the blood of mutant beasts, and it was much easier for him to advance. Su Chen planned to catch a level 9 mutant beast for it to devour in the future. That way, he could save a bottle of level 9 constitution potion. The remaining 2 bottles of level 9 vitality potion were given to King Kong Willow and Flaming Phoenix. Once their cultivation stabilized, they could use this opportunity to continue advancing. As the energy points could only be exchanged for so much, the Heavenly Overlord Tortoise could only advance to level 9 a little later. As for the Bone Chill Netherworld Fire and the 8 Waste Destruction Flame, because they were strange flames, they advanced by consuming high-grade energy stones and ores. Su Chen did not have any on him, so he could only wait for the opportunity. After that, Su Chen closed the Doomsday Shopping Center and spent an upgrade gem to upgrade the Mechanical Soldier to level 8. He then installed all the remaining level 8 energy stones on it. Chapter 770. After that, Su Chen opened the planting space again and watched the growth progress of the primordial spirit-shaped fruit tree. Because there was still one primordial spirit-shaped fruit missing, he paid special attention to it. However, because it had not been long since he obtained the primordial spirit-shaped fruit tree, even with the acceleration effect of the time accelerator, it was impossible for it to bear fruit in such a short time. Su Chen took a look and closed the planting space. At this moment, Li Kuiyang came forward and asked, "Su Chen, when are we leaving here?" With a longevity fruit in hand, he couldn't wait to return to the human continent. Seeing Li Kuiyang so anxious, Su Chen simply said, "Let's leave now." When the others heard the news, they were also excited. "Satoshi, activate the shuttle function and leave here." When everyone got on the intelligent war chariot, Su Chen did not waste time and directly gave the order. Yes. The intelligent war chariot received the order, and the whole body of the chariot flashed with bright silver light, and then soared into the sky. When it reached a certain height, it suddenly became blurred and finally disappeared in midair. Su Chen and the others only felt dizzy, as if they had experienced a transmission. When this feeling dissipated, the voice of the intelligent war chariot sounded in their ears. "Master, we have successfully left the abandoned land." Good. Su Chen sighed, his eyes fell on the central control screen, and ordered the intelligent war chariot, "Satoshi, zoom in on the surrounding image." After leaving the abandoned land, they would be transmitted to other realms. He wanted to confirm which race's continent they had entered, so as to prepare for the future. The image on the central control screen changed, and soon a continuous mountain range appeared. Su Chen glanced at it and suddenly raised his eyebrows. He felt that the mountain range in front of him was somewhat familiar. Could it be the Huangzi mountain range? If it was really the Huangzi mountain range, didn't it mean that they had returned to Jianghu Island? It could be said that they had returned to the human continent. Their luck was too good, wasn't it? Su Chen's mind moved. He called Yang Hao to his side and asked, "Yang Hao, is this the Huangzi mountain range?" Yang Hao only took a glance and shouted excitedly, "Qin Ge, this is the Huangzi mountain range." After all, he had lived in the Huangzi mountain range for more than 10 years and was very familiar with the environment here. He recognized it at a glance. When Yang Qian and Yang Lingtian heard the words Huangzi mountain range, they immediately became spirited and came forward to take a look. Wu Yang and the others were also very excited. The desolate Pond Mountain Range was located on the Thousand Feather Island. All of them originally lived on the Thousand Feather Island, so they still had a lot of feelings for this place. Li Kuyang immediately ate the longevity fruit and asked Su Chen, "Su Chen, have we returned to the human continent?" Su Chen nodded. "This place is called Thousand Feather Island. Although it is just an island, it does belong to the human race's mainland. This is Thousand Feather Island." Gu Tianhua and the others also became spirited. They had heard that Su Chen's hometown was Thousand Feather Island, so they had long wanted to see this island. "Su Chen, can we go down and have a look?" Yang Qian walked to Su Chen's side and whispered. "Of course," Su Chen said with a smile, and then ordered the intelligent chariot to enter the Huangzi mountain range. He still remembered that when he left the Huangzi mountain range, he left a breadfruit tree in a cave in the valley. He didn't know how it was now, so he just wanted to go and take a look. Chapter 771. In the process of descending, the intelligent war chariot suddenly warned, "Master, a human was found in the valley below." The Huangzi mountain range was originally a small human gathering place. It was normal for a human to appear there. "Let's go down first." Su Chen didn't care. Soon, the intelligent war chariot landed in a valley. "Su Chen, this seems to be the valley where we used to live," Yang Qian said excitedly. Su Chen looked outside and said with a smile, "It's true. Let's go down and have a look." Returning to the valley where they used to live, there was a feeling of returning home. There was no reason not to go down and take a look. When the door opened, Yang Hao was the first to run out of the car. The others followed behind. After Su Chen got out of the car, he went straight to the stone cave that had been opened up. There was not only a breadfruit tree in the stone cave, but also the human who had been found before. Su Chen had just walked to the stone cave when a man's vigilant voice came from inside. "Who are you?" Su Chen felt that the voice was a little familiar, but he couldn't remember it at the moment. He raised his voice and said, "Come out, I won't hurt you." The stone cave was silent for a while, and then the man's trembling voice came again. "Chenggu, is that you?" "I'm Su Chen." Su Chen raised his eyebrows. The other party could recognize his voice. Obviously, he was an acquaintance. "Chenggu." A thin figure in ragged clothes quickly rushed out of the stone cave. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and said, "Zhou Yun, why are you here?" The man in front of him was none other than Zhou Yun from the Rocky Mound. However, when they separated, he left Zhou Yun in Han Kuen's care. Shouldn't Zhou Yun be in the Fengshi gathering place? Why did he come to the Huangzi mountain range? Moreover, he seemed to be in a very sorry state. "Chenggu, I escaped from the Fengshi gathering place." Zhou Yun cried. "Escaped? Had the Fengshi gathering place been breached? How are Han Kuen and the others?" Su Chen's face sank as he asked anxiously, "Don't cry. What happened? Tell me everything in detail." After Wu Yang and the rest saw Zhou Yun, they all gathered over. After all, they had spent some time with Zhou Yun. They were all curious as to why Zhou Yun would appear here. Zhou Yun sobbed and said, "Chenggu, half a year after you left, a large number of aliens suddenly appeared on Qinyu Island. They killed humans indiscriminately. Fengshi Colony couldn't resist them at all and was destroyed in an instant." "What about Han Kuen and the others?" Su Chen suddenly became nervous. Although he had only met Han Kuen a few times, they got along quite well. He did not wish for Han Kuen to encounter any mishaps. In addition, Han Feng and his wife should have entered the Fengshi Colony. How was their situation? "I'm not sure. At that time, we were all separated." Zhou Yun shook his head, his face dejected. Su Chen frowned and pondered. When he left Thousand Feather Island, he had already destroyed all the interdomain passages. Then where did the strange races on Thousand Feather Island come from? Had a new realm passage been opened? Or did they come from other islands? "Zhou Yun, which race did the aliens appear here belong to?" Su Chen asked. "I don't know which race they are, but they all look like turtles and are very strong. Almost all of them are evolvers." Zhou Yun thought for a moment and replied. Chapter 772. The Green Tortoise Race? Su Chen exclaimed in surprise. According to Zhou Yun's description, He could basically confirm that the aliens that appeared on Thousand Feather Island were from the Green Tortoise race. However, what he couldn't figure out was that he had massacred the Green Tortoise race a few days ago. How could they have the guts to come to Thousand Feather Island to hunt humans? Could it be that they were ordered by other races? Suchin felt that this was very likely. After all, he had killed too many aliens. It was not impossible that they came to Thousand Feather Island to take revenge. Thinking of this, Suchin hurriedly called for everyone to board the chariot. Whether this was the reason or not, he would know after interrogating some of the Green Tortoise race members. Satoshi, leave the Huangza mountain range and search for the aliens, Suchin ordered. Yes. The intelligent war chariot flew into the air again and began to search. After being upgraded to level 8, its search range had expanded to 1,500 kilometers. However, there was not a single black dot in this range. Master, there are no aliens nearby. Where should we go? The intelligent war chariot asked. Suchin thought for a moment and said, let's go to Vajra City. Vajra City was one of the largest cities in Thousand Feather Island's Huanglin district. Even if the Green Tortoise race had massacred it last time, there should still be many survivors. If the Green Tortoise race attacked Thousand Feather Island again, the humans in Vajra City would definitely not let them go. Yes. The intelligent war chariot received the order and locked onto Vajra City. Because the intelligent war chariot had been installed with a wind spirit stone, it flew as fast as lightning. In less than an hour, the image of Vajra City appeared on the central control screen. Moreover, there were thousands of black dots in Vajra City, and there was not a single blue dot. It was obvious that Vajra City had been occupied by aliens. The humans inside had been massacred. Suchin's face was gloomy as he said in a low voice, Satoshi, zoom in on the image of Vajra City and see if there are any aliens inside. The image on the central control screen changed, and the Green Tortoise race appeared. It really is the Green Turtle tribe. Suchin gritted his teeth and said, when we reach King Kong City, everyone attack together. Don't let a single Green Turtle tribesman go. Kill them all. Chingu, don't worry. These bastards are all waiting to die. Sure, Dainyu said indignantly. Gu Tianhua and the others had no objections. Since the Green Turtle tribe dared to slaughter humans on a human island, as a human, it was only right for him to wipe them all out. When they arrived at King Kong City, Suchin activated the recruit system and bound himself to Gu Tianhua and the others. Following this, he gave the order, kill. The moment the car door opened, everyone rushed out and charged toward King Kong City. For a moment, the entire Vajra City was filled with screams. Suchin flew to Vajra City and captured a level 3 Green Tortoise tribesman. He began interrogating him. Who sent you into Thousand Feather Island? The level 3 Green Tortoise tribesman's arms and legs were all broken by Suchin. At this time, he was wailing loudly as if he didn't hear Suchin's question. You're courting death. Suchin released his mental power and tore off the level 3 Green Tortoise tribesman's arms. The Green Tortoise tribesman screamed and hurriedly begged for mercy. Senior, please spare my life. I'll tell you everything. If you dare to say another word of nonsense, I'll make you regret living in this world. Suchin stared at the Green Tortoise tribesman and coldly shouted. Chapter 773. The Green Tortoise race member trembled, and under Suchin's gaze, he obediently confessed, Senior, it was an order from the 5 super races. Sure enough. Suchin muttered, and continued to ask, why did they do this? It seems to be because of a person called Suchin. The Green Tortoise race member thought for a moment and said, Suchin killed a lot of people from the 5 super races. The 5 super races couldn't catch him, so they massacred the humans in Suchin's hometown as revenge? Suchin's eyes were unusually cold, and a violent murderous aura lingered around his body. Thousand Feather Island is the place where he transmigrated to this world. It can be regarded as his second hometown, so he has some feelings for it. The 5 super races dared to wreak havoc here. This is a great taboo for him. At this moment, he secretly vowed that he will not let a single one of the 5 super races go. Even if he does not slaughter them all, he will make them pay a heavy price. Su Chen took a deep breath, calmed his mood, and asked again, "Did you enter Thousand Feather Island through the domain passage or from other islands?" "Senior, there is no domain passage on Thousand Feather Island. We all came from other islands." The Green Tortoise race member did not dare to conceal anything and truthfully said. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, pondered for a moment, and then punched the Green Tortoise race member. The situation on Thousand Feather Island was more serious than he had expected. The 5 super races actually joined forces to deal with him. As a result, almost none of the humans on Thousand Feather Island could survive. The possibility of Han Kuan and the others surviving was very small. Su Chen sighed, and a cold light suddenly shot out from his eyes, and then he joined the hunt. In just half an hour, all the Green Tortoise race members in Vajra City were slaughtered. After collecting the fragments, Su Chen called everyone to get in the car and set off for the next target. After spending nearly 10 days, all the aliens on Thousand Feather Island were wiped out. Unfortunately, he still could not find any trace of Han Kuan and the others. Su Chen did not intend to continue the search. There were more important things waiting for him to deal with. The change in the Crepe Myrtle Mountain was very likely a trap set up by the other forces. If that was the case, the Sun Moon Star Palace would be in danger. He had to return to the mysterious heavenly mainland as soon as possible. After making this decision, Su Chen ordered the intelligent war chariot to head to the mysterious heavenly continent immediately. Along the way, when he passed by some islands, he found that these islands were basically occupied by the foreign races. If it was in the past, he would definitely not let any of these outsiders off. However, returning to the mysterious heavenly mainland was more important. As for the foreign races on these islands, he could only come back to kill them when he had the time. Half a month later, the intelligent war chariot finally arrived at the mysterious heavenly mainland. In order to save time, Su Chen did not choose to enter through the teleportation formation. Instead, he put everyone and the intelligent war chariot into the chaotic space and entered the miasma alone. With his current level 10 cultivation and the ancient god-fiend body, he was able to travel freely in the miasma and enter the mysterious heavenly mainland easily. Just as Su Chen was about to take out the intelligent war chariot, he suddenly heard the sound of an intense fight not far ahead. The noise was so loud that it was as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. It was definitely a fight between high-level cultivators. Su Chen glanced at the place where the fight was going on and slowly sneaked over. Soon, he saw 3 men fighting in a small forest 100 meters away, and he just so happened to know one of them. It was the sect master of the Flowing Water sect, Wuxia Jianghu. Chapter 774. At this moment, Wuxia Jianghu was surrounded by danger under the siege of 2 level 10 cultivators. It seemed that he would not be able to hold on any longer. Su Chen looked at it for a while, then rushed up like an arrow. When he was at Crepe Myrtle Mountain, he noticed that Wuxia Jianghu had a good relationship with Shang Caili and Nan Lichuan. Although he didn't know what had happened, he decided to save Wuxia Jianghu first. Su Chen rushed forward and instantly released his mental power. His cultivation had reached level 10, and his mental power was like a vast ocean, crushing forward. Wuxia Jianghu and the other 2 were enveloped in it, and they felt as if they had fallen into a swamp. All of their movements became sluggish. This sudden situation gave the 3 of them a fright. When they saw that it was Su Chen who was rushing over, the 3 of them had very different reactions. The faces of the 2 men who were fighting Wuxia Jianghu turned exceptionally grave. Wuxia Jianghu, on the other hand, was overjoyed. He hurriedly said, "Su Chen, these 2 people are from the Assassin League and the Ouyang family." Hearing this, Su Chen's face was covered with a layer of frost. The Assassin League and the Ouyang family had a huge grudge against him, and it was very likely that these 2 families were behind him being sent to the abandoned land. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and glanced at the 2 men, then punched out. Buzz! Buzz! After a violent tremor in the air. 100 huge golden fist shadows appeared in the air, and Su Chen's fist pressed down. The golden fist shadows fell together. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst an earth-shattering collision, the two men were smashed into two piles of meat paste. Seeing this, Yuqi Jingyang's mouth was wide open, and his face was filled with shock. He couldn't speak for a long time. He clearly remembered that when they were at Crepe Myrtle Mountain, Su Chen was only level 8. How did he reach level 10 in less than a month? Furthermore, his strength had reached an unimaginable level. He had easily killed 2 level 10 powerhouses. There was also another point. Wasn't Su Chen sent to the abandoned land? After entering the abandoned land, it was impossible to come out. Then how did Su Chen do it? All kinds of questions lingered in Yuqi Jingyang's heart. Just as he was about to ask, Su Chen spoke first. Sect Master Yuqi, where are Sect Master Shang and Senior Nan? Yuqi Jingyang's expression darkened, then he sighed. They were captured. Captured? Su Chen frowned. Shang Tsili and Nan Lichuan were definitely top-notch level 10 fighters. Even if they were to encounter someone who was several times stronger than them, even if they couldn't win, it shouldn't be a problem for them to escape. Who could capture them? Who did it? Su Chen asked anxiously. Wind Shi Dynasty's Saint-level ancestor, Wind Crane Xiang. Yuqi Jingyang said with lingering fear. A strong Saint-level cultivator actually entered the abandoned land? Su Chen squinted his eyes as a murderous intent flashed across his eyes. The grudge between him and the Wind Hope dynasty had reached the point where it would not end until one of them was dead. Since the Feng family's ancestor dared to enter the abandoned land, it was definitely a good opportunity to eliminate him. Sect Master Yuqi, where are Sect Master Shang and Senior Nan? Su Chen asked Su Chen. They should have been brought to the Feng family. Yuqi Jingyang thought for a moment and said with uncertainty. Su Chen's mind moved slightly, then he asked, why did Feng Hexiang capture Sect Master Shang and Senior Nan? Shang Tsili and Nan Lichuan had the support of a saint-level cultivator. If Feng Hexiang dared to do this, wasn't he afraid of angering the Sun Moon Star Palace's saint-level ancestor? I don't know the details. Yuqi Jingyang shook his head and looked at Su Chen. He sighed, but there are rumors that the 5 major races' cultivators are pressuring the human race to kill you and the people related to you. It just so happens that there are people on our side who don't like you, so they hit it off. Chapter 775. So it's all because of me. Su Chen muttered. He could imagine that whether it was the humans of Qinyu Island or Shang and Kai Li, they were all implicated by him. The reason why the 5 super races were pressuring the human race was because of 2 reasons. One was because he had killed too many foreign races, and the other was because they were afraid of him. Just think about it, he was not even 20 years old, but he had the strength to crush a level 10 cultivator. Once he grew up, he would be amazing. Therefore, they wanted to completely eliminate him before he reached the sage level to prevent future troubles. Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but sneer. There were too many people who wanted to kill him, but so far, who could do it? It was impossible in the past, and it was even more impossible now. Since you want me to die so much, then I'll kill all of you. Su Chen secretly made up his mind. After the matter here was settled, he would go to the realms of the foreign races one by one to visit them. As for those saint-level powerhouses, when he had accumulated enough fragments, he would enter the void and kill them one by one. Yuqi Jingyang suddenly felt a strong murderous intent from Su Chen's body and couldn't help but tremble. He probed, Su Chen, are you okay? Su Chen took a deep breath and said lightly, I'm fine. With that, he took out the intelligent war chariot and invited Yuqi Jingyang to get on. Satoshi, search for the location of the Feng family of the Feng Shi dynasty. Go immediately. Su Chen ordered. Yes. The intelligent war chariot locked onto the Feng family and sped away. Su Chen, you're going to the Feng family to save people? Yuqi Jingyang asked uneasily. The Feng family now had a saint-level ancestor. Even if his cultivation was suppressed, he was not comparable to an ordinary level 10 cultivator. He was a little worried that Su Chen would be in danger if he went so rashly. Su Chen nodded and said with a cold expression, "I'm not only going to save people, but I'm also going to completely eradicate the Feng family." This? Yuqi Jingyang sucked in a breath of cold air. In order to eradicate the Feng clan, he had to kill Feng Hexiang as well. Could Su Chen do it? Su Chen, Feng Hexiang might be overseeing the Feng clan. Do you really want to go? Song Yuqi Jingyang reminded. Su Chen knew what Yuqi Jingyang was thinking. He smiled and said, "Sect Master Yuqi, don't worry. Feng Hexiang's cultivation is suppressed. Even if we were in the void, I would still be able to kill him." Seeing how confident Su Chen was, Yuqi Jingyang couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. A level 10 cultivator dared to claim that he could kill a saint-level fighter? This was the most unbelievable thing he had ever heard in his life. Yuqi Jingyang swallowed his saliva and didn't linger on this topic. Instead, he asked, "Su Chen, how are Gonggu and the others?" At that time, when the Crepe Myrtle Mountains transmission array opened, Gonggu and the others were taken into a space by Su Chen. After that, he hadn't seen them and was quite worried. "Don't worry, Senior Brother Gong and the others are all in my chaos space. If Sect Master Yuqi wants to see them, I can let you in now," Su Chen said with a smile. "There's no hurry." Yuqi Jingyang heaved a sigh of relief. He was relieved to know that Gonggu was fine. As for meeting him, there was no hurry. "Su Chen, how did you get out of the abandoned land?" Yuqi Jingyang continued to ask. This was also what he was curious about. It was rumored that once one entered the abandoned land, it was absolutely impossible to come out. Su Chen didn't hide anything and briefly explained what happened in the abandoned land. Chapter 776. When he heard that there were so many experts in the abandoned land, Yuqi Jingyang's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, he was deeply shocked by Su Chen's powerful strength. Killing 2 false saints and thousands of experts above level 9, each of them was earth-shattering. No wonder he threatened to eradicate the Feng family. After learning about Su Chen's true strength, Yuqi Jingyang came to a realization. If he could even kill a false saint, then he had a great chance of killing a sage-level expert on the continent. This was because a sage-level expert could only exert level 10 strength on the continent. On the other hand, Su Chen could not only kill a false saint. With the help of 2 false saint experts, this strength was more than enough to deal with the Feng family. Thinking of this, Yuqi Jingyang's tense nerves finally eased a little. "Sect Master Yuqi, why didn't Feng Hexiang kill Sect Master Shang and Senior Nan? Why did he capture them?" Su Chen asked in confusion. Logically speaking, killing Shang Caili and Nan Lichuan would solve all problems and eliminate all future troubles. There wouldn't be any changes. Then why did he capture them? Yuqi Jingyang thought for a moment and replied, "Maybe he was afraid of the sage-level ancestors of the Sun Moon Star Palace." Su Chen nodded and felt that this was very likely. The Sun Moon Star Palace had 2 sage-level experts. One was missing and there was only one left. Moreover, the remaining one was about to die. Once he knew that the Sun Moon Star Palace was destroyed, he might choose to die together with them. This was also what the other sage-level experts were afraid of. After that, Su Chen and Yuqi Jingyang chatted for a while before sending him into the chaos space. He sat in the driver's seat and closed his eyes to rest. 2 days later, the intelligent war chariot appeared a few miles away from Jianghu City, the capital of the Wind Shi dynasty. If he wanted to rescue Shang Caili and Nan Lichuan, he couldn't make too much of a commotion. Otherwise, he would alert the enemy. The other party might even use Shang Caili and Nan Lichuan as hostages to threaten him. In order to avoid this situation, Su Chen planned to rescue them quietly. As long as he sent Shang Caili and Nan Lichuan into the chaos space, he would be able to go all out. "Satoshi, search for level 10 practitioners in Jianghu City," Su Chen instructed. Shang Caili and Nan Lichuan were both level 10 cultivators, and there weren't many level 10 cultivators in Jianghu City. If he checked them one by one, he would definitely find Shang Caili and Nan Lichuan. "Yes." The intelligent war chariot responded and began to search. 5 minutes later, the intelligent war chariot said, "Master, we found a total of 6 level 10 cultivators." Satoshi, lock onto them and enlarge the image. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. He was sure that Shang Caili and Nan Lichuan were among the 6 level 10 cultivators. The image on the central control screen changed, and soon, a large hall appeared. There were 4 people sitting in a circle in the hall. Lu Qianqin of the Frost Ice Palace and Lei Qingtian of the Qilin sect were among them. The remaining 2 were from the Assassin's Alliance and the Ouyang family. He had seen the 2 of them on the Crepe Myrtle Mountains arena, but he didn't know their names. "Satoshi, where are the other 2 level 10 cultivators?" Su Chen asked. He wasn't sure if the remaining 2 were Shang Caili and Nan Lichuan, so he was a little nervous at the moment. The intelligent war chariot replied, "Master, the other 2 are in a secret room in the hall." "Show them," Su Chen said anxiously. The image on the central control screen changed, and a secret room appeared. The secret room wasn't very big, and there was an iron prison cell. Shang Caili and Nan Lichuan were in the prison cell. However, their situation was very bad. Not only were they covered in injuries, but they were also tied up with star chains. Chapter 777. Knowing that Shang and Kai Li's lives were not in danger, Su Chen heaved a sigh of relief and continued to ask, "Satoshi, search for the exact location of the false saint." In order to save Shang and Kai Li, in addition to dealing with Lu Qianqin and the other 3, he also had to guard against Feng Hexiang. Before taking action, he had to figure out Feng Hexiang's location to prevent any accidents. "Master, we found 2 saint-level experts in a room next to the main hall," the intelligent war chariot replied. 2 saint-level experts? Su Chen frowned. One of them must be Feng Hexiang, but who was the other? "Satoshi, transmit their images," Su Chen ordered. The image on the central control screen changed, and soon 2 men appeared. One of them was an old man with silver hair, and the other was emitting a dazzling golden light, and his eyes were sharp. Su Chen glanced at them, then opened the chaos space and communicated with Yuqi Jingyang and the others. Through Yuqi Jingyang's explanation, he knew that the old man was Feng Hexiang. As for the man emitting golden light, they did not know who he was. Then, everyone discussed and decided on a plan. Su Chen flew to the top of Zhanfeng City, and after locking onto the main hall where Shang and Kai Li were imprisoned, he jumped down. There was a rumbling sound. Su Chen smashed the roof with 1 foot and rushed into the main hall. "Who is it?" Lu Qianqin and the other 3 in the main hall exclaimed in unison. "Su Chen, you're still alive." When they saw that it was Su Chen, the 4 were stunned for a moment, and then launched a crazy attack on Su Chen. Su Chen's main purpose was to save Shang and Kai Li. Before he saved them, he did not want to fight with the other party. He flipped his wrist, and the moment the chaos space opened, Wu Yazi, Li Kuyang, and Yuqi Jingyang rushed out. According to the previous plan, Wu Yazi and the other 2 would be responsible for blocking the other party while Su Chen would rescue the other party. The moment Wu Yazi's group of 3 appeared, they clashed together with Lu Qianqin's group of 4. Su Chen did not waste any time. There were still 2 saints in the room next door. Once they heard the commotion, they would rush over. He had to seize every second. Su Chen released his spiritual force and locked onto the location of the underground secret room. He punched the ground and entered the secret room. Su Chen, Shang Caili and Nan Lichuan were pleasantly surprised. Originally, they all thought that Su Chen had been teleported into the abandoned land and would never return in this lifetime. They never thought that not only did Su Chen come out, but he also came to rescue them. This was truly unexpected. "Su Chen, the saint level is coming." But at this moment, Wu Yazi suddenly shouted anxiously from the hall. To be able to make Wu Yazi so anxious, the other party's strength must be extremely powerful. Su Chen no longer hesitated. After smashing the cell, he directly put Shang Caili and Nan Lichuan into the chaos space. Then he quickly returned to the hall. Unexpectedly, just as he entered the hall, he saw Wu Yazi and Li Kuyang sent flying with a punch from the man with golden light all over his body. So strong. Su Chen frowned. One had to know that Wu Yazi and Li Kuyang were also experts in the same realm. He did not expect that the two of them would be sent flying with a punch even when they joined forces. From this, it could be seen how powerful the opponent was. Su Chen, this guy is too strong. Wu Yazi climbed up from the ground and quickly walked to Su Chen's side, saying with lingering fear. Chapter 778. Your Su Chen? The golden man didn't continue to attack. Instead, he narrowed his eyes at Su Chen and asked in a cold voice. I'm Su Chen. For you. Su Chen rubbed his nose and said indifferently. You don't have the right to know who I am. The golden man snorted with contempt. I heard you have a high-grade gold-devouring bug. Hand it over and I'll leave your corpse intact. Gold-devouring bug? Su Chen thought for a moment. He silently opened the pet-raising space and contacted the Flaming Phoenix. Flaming, do you know this golden man? The golden man's aura was somewhat similar to the gold-devouring bug. This made him wonder if he was the Holy Demon Tribe's holy rank gold-devouring bug. The Flaming Phoenix said in a trembling voice, Master, he's called Jin Guangyu. He's our Holy Demon Tribe's holy rank gold-devouring bug. How can he transform into a human? Su Chen asked curiously. After reaching level 10, no matter what race you are, you can transform into a human. The Flaming Phoenix explained. I see. Su Chen said in realization. He then looked at Jin Guangyu and said coldly, Jin Guangyu, I'll give you a chance. Be my spirit pet and I'll spare your life. He's Jin Guangyu? When he heard this name, Wu Yazi's body trembled. As a former holy rank expert, Wu Yazi had heard of Jin Guangyu's name. It was rumored that Jin Guangyu was a first-stage holy rank gold-devouring bug. It was said that his defense was invincible. No one in the same stage was his match. Wu Yazi looked at Su Chen in a daze. His heart was very complicated. Su Chen actually wanted to tame a holy rank gold-devouring bug as a spirit pet. Wasn't he too bold? Admittedly, Su Chen was very strong. But in Wu Yazi's opinion, he wasn't Jin Guangyu's match. Brother Jin, this brat is too arrogant. Are you going to do it, or should I? Feng Hexiang glanced at Su Chen and said to Jin Guangyu. Jin Guangyu took a deep breath and suppressed the fury in his heart. He sneered, Su Chen, I've long heard that you're unbridled and that you don't put anyone in your eyes. I originally wanted to leave your corpse intact, but it seems that's impossible now. As a saint-level existence, his status was extremely high. Su Chen actually wanted to take it as a spiritual pet. This was simply a great humiliation. At this moment, he'd been completely infuriated by Su Chen, and he swore to tear Su Chen into pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved like a primeval beast, and he carried a violent and murderous aura as he charged towards Su Chen. Brat, let's see how you'll survive this time. Feng Hexiang curled the corner of his mouth into a cruel smile. Su Chen had continuously killed the direct descendants of the Feng family. He had long wanted to cut Su Chen into pieces. Now that Jin Guangyu had made his move, Su Chen would definitely die. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and stood motionless in the same place. He seemed to be defenseless, but in fact, he had already silently activated the arm-length golden scales and the through heaven 100 times vigorous force technique. When Jin Guangyu rushed to him, he punched out. A golden fist shadow slammed heavily on Jin Guangyu's body. There was a boom. With a loud bang, Jin Guangyu was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into a large part of the building behind him. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Su Chen dumbfoundedly, their eyes filled with disbelief. Chapter 779. The saint-level gold-devouring beetle, which was known for its invincible defense, was sent flying by a single punch? Wasn't this too much? Even though they had seen it with their own eyes, they still found it unbelievable. How could this be? Feng Hexiang muttered in a daze. If even Jin Guangyu wasn't a match for Su Qin, then who else could kill Su Qin? Could the Feng clan still get their revenge? How could he be so strong? Lu Qianqin and the other three were completely stunned, and a deep sense of fear filled their hearts. During the Crepe Myrtle Mountain selection, they clearly remembered that Su Chen was only at level 8. How could he advance to level 10 in less than a month? And how could he crush a saint-level expert? Even if a saint-level expert's cultivation was suppressed, it was still not something an ordinary level 10 cultivator could compare to. Bang! Jin Guangyu shattered the building on top of him and flew back to his original spot. Su Chen's punch wasn't enough to hurt him, but it was enough to embarrass him. His face was flushed red. How can you be so strong? Jin Guangyu stared at Su Chen and suddenly roared. What does it have to do with you whether I'm strong or not? Do you think a piece of trash like you has the right to ask? Su Chen sneered. You're courting death. Jin Guangyu's face turned pale as he gritted his teeth and charged at Su Chen again. He didn't believe that he couldn't defeat a human with his invincible defense. Feng Hexiang saw Jin Guangyu attack again and shouted, Let's attack together and kill Su Chen. Su Chen's speed of growth was too shocking, and it made him wary. If he didn't take this opportunity to kill Su Chen, it would be a big problem sooner or later. Lu Qianqin and the other three were also aware of this, so they attacked Su Chen together without hesitation. Senior, you two stop Wind Crane Xiang. Su Chen said to Wu Yazi and Li Kun. Then, he opened the pet breeding space and summoned the Steel Willow, the Flaming Phoenix, and the Gold-Devouring Beetles. He ordered them to deal with Lu Qianqin and the other three with Yuqi Jinyang. The Gold-Devouring Beetles and the other two spirit pets had already advanced to level 9. Although they were one level lower than Lu Qianqin and the other three, their true combat strength was far superior to those of the same level. There wouldn't be the slightest problem. Die! Taking advantage of the time when Su Chen summoned his spiritual pet, Jin Guangyu had already come close and smashed a huge fist at Su Chen. Su Chen did not dodge, and the corners of his mouth even revealed a trace of disdain. With the ancient god-fiend body, he could ignore all attacks of the same level. Although Jin Guangyu was a saint, he was only at level 10 in this place. He would not be able to harm him at all. There was a muffled bang. In the next moment, Jin Guangyu's powerful punch landed heavily on Su Chen's chest, but it only made Su Chen sway slightly. On the other hand, Jin Guangyu retreated a few steps under the effect of the recoil. Witnessing this strange scene, Wind Crane Xiang and the others stopped in their tracks and looked at Su Chen as if they had seen a ghost. How strong is Su Chen's physical body? Even Jin Guangyu's violent punch was ignored? Doesn't this mean that Su Chen is an existence that can't be killed at all? Then there's no point in fighting this battle. Wind Crane Xiang and the others did not make a move, but Su Chen did not want to let them go. Senior, stop them, don't let them run away. Su Chen reminded and instantly rushed in front of Jin Guangyu. Chapter 780. Facing Su Chen, who was so strong and had such a strong defense, Jin Guangyu instinctively felt fear. He could not help but retreat. However, as he was retreating, he suddenly felt an invisible force wrap around him. He immediately lost his ability to move. Mind power? Jin Guangyu was shocked. He would not be afraid of normal mind power, even if it was at level 10. However, the mind power that Su Chen released was far beyond level 10. It was not something that he could fight against at his current level. On the other side, Su Chen controlled Jin Guangyu and used his killer move. He held the Chaos Skysplitter sword in his hand and slashed down. There was a violent tremor in the void. A black vortex about 10 feet wide appeared above Jin Guangyu's head. The black vortex slowly descended, and an extremely terrifying spatial force swept out. Spatial divine item. Jin Guangyu exclaimed in shock. His entire body shot out tens of thousands of rays of golden light. Crack, crack, crack. Accompanied by the crisp sound of bones, he revealed his true form. He turned into a gold-devouring bug that was 10 feet wide. At the same time, An overwhelming pressure spread out. Under the impact of this pressure, the entire hall let out a trembling sound. Wu Yazi and the others, who were still fighting, stopped and watched. At this moment, the black vortex landed on Jin Guangyu's huge body. Instantly, there was a grinding sound that made one's teeth ache. After a few breaths, the black vortex dissipated. There were small cracks on half of Jin Guangyu's body, and golden liquid was flowing out. He looked a little battered, but his aura was still powerful. This meant that Su Chen's sword did not cause any substantial damage to Jin Guangyu. What a strong defense. Seeing this, Su Chen clicked his tongue. Ha! Jin Guangyu laughed wildly. He stared coldly at Su Chen and said sarcastically, "So what if you have a divine item? Can you break through my defense? You want to kill me? You're delusional." After blocking Su Chen's powerful blow, his confidence was greatly boosted, and the panic he felt earlier also disappeared. None of the people I want to kill can survive. As Su Chen's eyes gradually narrowed, he quickly opened the pet-raising space and summoned the bone-chill nether fire. At the same time, he raised his hand and swept out with his blade. Suddenly, a white torrent that exuded a terrifying chill swept towards Jin Guangyu. Under Su Chen's instructions, the bone-chill netherworld fire jumped and attached itself to the white torrent, causing the originally extremely terrifying icy intent to become even stronger. In an instant, the entire hall seemed to have fallen into a glacier, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. How can there be such a terrifying ice element technique? Feng Hexiang and the others began to tremble. Their hearts were filled with fear. He could even imagine that once he was hit by the white torrent, he would definitely be frozen and become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Jin Guangyu was also shocked. Although he claimed that his defense was invincible, he didn't have the slightest confidence that he would be able to withstand such a terrifying ice-type spell technique. Therefore, when the white torrent swept over, he turned around and fled. Su Chen was already prepared for Jin Guangyu to escape, so he immediately released his mental power to bind him. Jin Guangyu revealed his true form, and his strength increased by many times. Su Chen's mental power could no longer bind him. However, it would still take some time for him to break free. With a slight delay, the white torrent had already hit his body and frozen him in the blink of an eye. Chapter 781. Su Chen knew that he would not be able to kill Jin Guangyu with just one ice spell. Therefore, after using the combined 5 Extremes Mountain to suppress Jin Guangyu, he turned to Feng Hexiang. His plan was simple. He would kill the others first and then deal with Jin Guangyu later. On the other side, when Feng Hexiang saw that Jin Guangyu was sealed in ice, he decided to retreat. However, Wu Yazi and Li Qiang tried to stop him, so he could not escape. However, at this moment, Su Chen approached him and punched him from afar. This punch was soundless and did not carry the slightest murderous aura. It seemed ordinary and ordinary. However, no one expected Feng Hexiang to be stunned when he was locked on by the punch. It was as if he had fallen into a dream. The punch that Su Chen used was the Intent Realm magical ability, Drunken Life, that he had just redeemed. It could make the opponent fall into a temporary state of confusion. While Feng Hexiang was in a daze, Su Chen rushed forward and smashed his golden fist on Feng Hexiang's head. Feng Hexiang did not have a strong defense like Jin Guangyu. Furthermore, he was caught off guard. His entire head was smashed into pieces and he died on the spot. Feng Hexiang was dead. The sage-level ancestor of the Feng family was killed by a punch? Seeing Feng Hexiang's headless body on the ground, Lu Qianqin and the other 3 were scared out of their wits. Their breathing was almost stopped. The 4 of them looked at each other and ran away in tacit understanding. Now that Feng Hexiang was dead and Jin Guangyu was trapped, Su Chen's next target would definitely be them. If they did not run, they would definitely lose their lives here. Let's go together. Leave no one alive. Su Chen roared and rushed towards Lu Qianqin like an arrow. Wu Yazi and the other 2, as well as the 3 spirit pets, chased after the others. Once Su Chen ran at full speed, no one on the continent could compete with him. He caught up with Lu Qianqin in a few breaths' time and released his mental power to bind her tightly. Lu Qianqin was only at level 10, and she was very ordinary among those at level 10. How could she be a match for Su Qian? Seeing Su Qian walking toward her like a killing god, Lu Qianqin begged loudly, "Su Qian, spare my life. The entire ice palace will submit to you. How can trash like you be my follower?" Su Qian snorted and killed Lu Qianqin with a punch. Then, he turned to look at Wu Yazi and the others. Wu Yazi's trio and their 3 spirit pets had already surrounded Lei Zhentian's group and were trying to kill them. Su Qian originally wanted to go forward to help, but he suddenly heard Bone Chill Netherworld Fire's urgent cry. "Master, this guy is to break free." Su Qian's expression froze as he quickly looked at Jin Guangyu. He saw that Jin Guangyu had already broken most of the ice on his body and was trying to climb out of the combined Yuan 5 Poles mountain. "You still want to escape?" Su Qian smiled contemptuously. He dashed over and stepped on Jin Guangyu's huge head. Crack! Jin Guangyu's head was heavily stomped into the ground, causing cracks to appear all around. Then, he continuously released the frost spell and the wood elemental entanglement spell, binding Jin Guangyu again. "How can I kill this guy?" Su Qian narrowed his eyes and pondered. As a saint-level gold-devouring beetle, Golden Light Guard's body was comparable to a top-grade defensive sacred artifact. Even the most powerful chaotic Skysplitter sword could not kill it. This put him in a difficult position. Chapter 782. Although it was difficult, he had to kill Jin Guangyu. Su Qian pondered for a moment, opened the pet-raising space, and communicated with the Flaming Phoenix. "Flaming Jin Guangyu's defense is too strong. Is there any way to kill him quickly?" The Flaming Phoenix was also a member of the Sacred Demon Tribe, so it should know something about Jin Guangyu. Perhaps it knew his weakness. The Flaming Phoenix thought for a moment and replied, "Master, as long as you can break his defense, you can let the big mosquito suck his blood, and then let the big bug devour him." Hearing this, Su Qian's eyes lit up. The super-devouring ancient gorilla mosquito had a divine ability called Devouring the Heavens and Bloodthirsty, which came in handy at this time. Once Jin Guangyu's blood essence was sucked dry, even if he didn't die, his strength would drop to the freezing point. If the gold-devouring beetles devoured him, they might even level up. Thinking of this, just as Su Qian was about to make a move, Jin Guangyu suddenly spoke. "Su Qian, you can't kill me. Stop now, and I'll pretend that nothing happened." Su Qian snorted and suddenly activated the 10,000 Lights 10 Shadows killing technique. Suddenly, the 11 Su Qians joined forces to attack. For a moment, spells intertwined, and divine artifacts fell from the sky. Like a stormy sea, a terrifying wave was set off. "What kind of divine ability is this?" Jin Guangyu cried out in shock. At this moment, he clearly felt the aura of death, and his whole body trembled. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering bang. The attacks of the 11 Su Qian all landed on Jin Guangyu's back. No matter how strong Jin Guangyu's physical defense was, he couldn't withstand it. A huge crack suddenly appeared on his back, and golden liquid gurgled out of the crack. Su Qian seized the opportunity and let go of the super-devouring ancient gorilla mosquito. He ordered, "Little Gold, suck his blood dry." "Yes, master." The super-devouring ancient gorilla mosquito was very excited and directly used its divine ability, Devouring the Heavens and Bloodthirsty. The golden blood in Jin Guangyu's body gushed into the super-ancient devouring Vajra mosquito's mouth like a whale sucking in water. Although the super-ancient devouring adamantine mosquito was only the size of a fist, its stomach was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much it sucked, it could not be filled. Moreover, the speed of absorption was very fast. In just a few breaths, Jin Guangyu's huge body appeared to be in a shriveled state, as if it had shrunk. As the blood essence in his body continued to decrease, Jin Guangyu howled in pain and loudly begged Su Qian for mercy. "Su Qian, spare my life. I'm willing to be your spiritual pet." In the face of death, even saint-level existences would lower their proud heads. Su Chen said sarcastically, I gave you a chance before, but you didn't seize it. Now you want to be my spiritual pet? Too late. If Jin Guangyu had agreed to be his spiritual pet at the beginning, he would have agreed. After all, having a Saint Stage gold-devouring beetle as a spiritual pet would definitely greatly improve his strength. However, after fighting with Golden Light Yu, he was already furious and had the intention to kill. Once the killing intent was ignited, it would be extremely difficult to restrain it. Therefore, Jin Guangyu must die. Su Chen, you will die a horrible death. Our sacred demon tribe will not let you go. Knowing that Su Chen did not intend to let him go, Jin Guangyu cursed loudly. Su Chen was unmoved and looked on coldly. When Jin Guangyu's body shrank to only 1/3 of its original size, Su Chen ordered the super ancient devouring Vajra mosquito to stop sucking blood. If it continued to suck, Jin Guangyu would definitely die, and the super ancient devouring Vajra mosquito would not be able to advance. It was better to let the gold-devouring beetles devour him. Chapter 783. The super-devouring ancient adamantine mosquito burped, looking as if it still wanted more. However, since Su Chen had given the order, it had no choice but to obey. Su Chen, give me another chance. I have many secrets that I can tell you. Jin Guangyu panted heavily, begging Su Chen for mercy again. After having a large amount of blood essence devoured, its aura was very chaotic, and its cultivation was not as good as before. At most, it was only level 8. Su Chen glanced at it coldly, and the corner of his mouth twitched. I don't care. With that, he slashed down with the primal chaos skysplitter sword. There was a loud boom. Jin Guangyu, whose cultivation was greatly reduced, had a much weaker defense. His entire head was instantly split into pieces, and he died on the spot. Instantly, tens of thousands of colorful shards appeared on his corpse. Seeing this, Su Chen's mouth couldn't help but curl up. Then, he activated the automatic pickup function and collected all the fragments. At this time, Wu Yazi and the 3 spiritual pets came to Su Chen's side. Jin Gang Lu reported to Su Chen, Master, those 3 people have been killed. Su Chen nodded slightly, then said to the gold-devouring bug, Little bug, I'll leave Jin Guangyu's body to you. Thank you, Master. The gold-devouring bug was pleasantly surprised. Jin Guangyu was a saint-level gold-devouring bug. As long as it devoured him, it had a high chance of reaching level 10. After a while, Su Chen stored Jin Guangyu's body and the spiritual pets in the pet breeding space. Su Chen, are Sect Master Shang and the others okay? Yuqi Jinyang asked. Don't worry, they're all in the primal chaos space. Su Chen laughed, then opened the primal chaos space and called Shang Caili and Wu Yazi out. Su Chen, where's Feng Hexiang? Shang Caili asked worriedly as soon as she appeared. I've already killed him, Su Chen said lightly. Kill him? Feng Hexiang was a saint-level existence. Even if his cultivation was suppressed, he was still much stronger than the average level 10 cultivator. How could Su Chen kill him? Shang Caili and Nan Lichuan were a little confused as they looked at Su Chen in a daze. Yuqi Jinyang reminded, it's not just Feng Hexiang. Even the sacred demon tribe's gold-devouring beetles died at the hands of Su Chen. What? Shang Caili and Nan Lichuan opened their mouths wide, their faces filled with inexplicable horror. It was rumored that the sacred demon race's sacred rank gold-devouring beetles had terrifying defensive capabilities. They were practically invincible within the same rank. Such a terrifying expert had actually died in the hands of Su Chen. From this, one could see how powerful Su Chen was now. Su Chen, I heard that you've reached level 10? Nan Lichuan came back to his senses and asked. When they were in the chaos space, they heard from Qin Feng and the others that Su Chen had reached level 10. At first, they didn't believe it. Because when Su Chen was at Crepe Myrtle Mountain, he was only level 8. How could he level up twice in less than a month? But when they heard that Su Chen could even kill a sacred rank gold-devouring beetle, they felt that the possibility was very high. I just leveled up a few days ago. Su Chen nodded. Hearing this, Shang Caili and Nan Lichuan looked at each other. They could see the excitement in each other's eyes. Su Chen's speed of leveling up was so terrifying. This meant that he wouldn't be too far away from reaching the sacred rank. Once Su Chen reached the sacred rank, the Sun Moon Star Palace would definitely rise again. Sectmaster, how is the Sun Moon Star Palace now? Su Chen asked. He was a little worried. Shang Caili and Nan Lichuan had been captured. Would the Sun Moon Star Palace be eradicated? Chapter 784. Shang Caili sighed faintly. Our Sun Moon Star Palace and Flowing Water sect no longer exist. After the incident at Crepe Myrtle Mountain, the other major forces had joined forces to besiege the Sun Moon Star Palace and Flowing Water sect. Almost all the disciples were killed, and the two of them were captured by Feng Hexiang. Fortunately, Gu Tianhua and the other genius disciples of the younger generation were by Su Chen's side. As long as they were around, the Sun Moon Star Palace could regroup. Su Chen's face was gloomy. He could imagine that the Flowing Water sect and Sun Moon Star Palace were most likely implicated by him. After taking a deep breath, he asked, Sect leader, other than Feng Hexiang and the few major forces from Forgotten Autumn Mountain, was there anyone else who destroyed the Sun Moon Star Palace? Once it was confirmed that someone else was involved, no matter which force it was, he would uproot them. The Sacred Empire, Barbarian Shrine, and even the Sanctuary sent people over, Shang Caili said through gritted teeth. A sharp look suddenly appeared in Su Chen's eyes. The four major forces of the mysterious heavenly continent, including the Sanctuary, were involved. It was obvious that they wanted to kill him. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Su Chen clenched his fists, exuding a strong murderous aura all over his body. Shang Caili knew that Su Chen had the intention to kill, so she hurriedly advised, Su Chen, take your time to plan your revenge. Don't be rash. Su Chen did not care. With his current strength, he was invincible in the mysterious heavenly continent. If God or Buddha stood in his way, he would kill Buddha. He would kill anyone who disobeyed him. It was impossible for him to take his time and take his revenge. From today onwards, he would stir up a storm of blood in the mysterious heavenly continent. Those who wanted to kill him, he would not let any of them go. No one could stop him. Not even a sage sage. Su Chen made up his mind. Suddenly, he remembered something very important and asked, Sect leader, how did the sacred demon tribe enter the mysterious heavenly continent? Although the mutated tribes could enter the mysterious heavenly continent, there was a level restriction. The highest level they could enter was level 8. Jin Guangyu was already a saint, so how did he enter? It's very likely that they entered through the sacred gate, Shang Caili said with a solemn expression. The sacred gate? Su Chen muttered and looked at Shang Caili, waiting for her explanation. The Saint Realm is the place where the Saint Realm experts live. The Saint Realm door is a door that connects the Saint Realm and the mysterious heavenly continent. If the Saint Realm experts want to enter the mysterious heavenly continent, they must go through this door, Shang Caili explained. Su Chen was puzzled and asked, then how did Jin Guangyu pass through the gate? Since the sacred region was the territory of human sages, how could they allow outsiders to enter as they pleased? That's what I'm worried about. Shang Caili sighed and said, no matter if it's a saint level, 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 saint level. Saint level, 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 saint level. Furthermore, only those with more than 80% of the votes can enter the mysterious heavenly mainland. Hearing this, the expressions of Wuxia and the others became extremely unsightly. Su Chen's expression turned serious as well. Since Feng Hexiang and Jin Guangyu could appear here, it meant that they had more than 80% of the Saint Realm's support. In other words, more than 80% of the human sages wanted him dead. What was more hateful was that these sages had joined forces with the mutated tribes to deal with him. Su Chen narrowed his eyes as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Then, he took out the intelligent war chariot and asked everyone to get in. Chapter 785. Satoshi, head to the Holy Empire. Su Chen ordered as soon as he got into the car. The intelligent war chariot locked onto the Holy Empire, activated its flight function, and flew away from Jianghu City. Su Chen, why are we going to the Holy Empire? Shang Tsili asked worriedly. In her opinion, they were now in the teeth of the storm. Since the sages of the human race had made up their minds to kill Su Chen, they would definitely continue to send experts to find them. If they were to head to the Holy Empire with such fanfare, it would be easy to expose their whereabouts and attract the experts to surround them. Su Chen did not hide anything and said bluntly, I won't let any of those forces who participated in the destruction of the Sun Moon Star Palace go. I'll start with the Holy Empire. In fact, other than revenge, he had another purpose, which was to find the whereabouts of the Tree of Life. The Holy Empire's monarch, Li Sheng, had once obtained a large branch from the Tree of Life. If he followed the vine to the melon, there was a high chance that he would find the Tree of Life. Shang Tsili and the others' faces changed when they heard this. Su Chen was determined to take revenge. There would definitely be endless battles later. The experts sent by the other party were definitely above level 10. There might even be sages among them. It could even be said that Su Chen was going to fight against the entire human race on his own. When that time came, would Su Chen still be a match for him? Wu Yazi thought for a moment and said slowly, Don't worry, everyone. With Su Chen's current strength, there won't be any opponents on the continent. Even if there are too many experts, we can just leave the mysterious heavenly mainland. They can't do anything to us. He had witnessed Su Chen's strength with his own eyes. He had faced thousands of experts in the abandoned land and was unstoppable. He was still an existence that could do whatever he wanted on the continent. Even the sage-level gold-devouring beetle, which was known to have an invincible physical body, had fallen in the hands of Su Chen. There were not many experts who could pose a threat to Su Chen. Even if there were, it would not matter. The intelligent war chariot had activated the function of traversing between realms and could enter other realms at any time. It could advance and retreat at will. Therefore, he was fully supportive of Su Chen's plan to stir up trouble in the mysterious heavenly mainland. He was not worried. Hearing this, Shang Tsili and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They already knew Wu Yazi's identity. Not only was Wu Zi a famous master artificer, but he was also once a saint-stage existence. Since such an expert had confidence in Su Chen, they didn't have much to worry about. Behind them, the intelligent war chariot flew straight towards the Holy Empire. Since they were flying, they weren't obstructed at all. About 10 days later, the intelligent war chariot flew above Kuxing City, the capital of the Holy Empire. At this point, Su Chen was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he communicated with the intelligent war chariot. Satoshi, search for the experts of Kuxing City. A long time ago, he had heard from an elder of the Manyu Shrine that the strongest person in the Manyu Shrine was Li Sheng, a level 9 Dharma psychic. In his eyes, a level 9 magic psychic was like an ant that he could destroy with a single hand. However, the current situation was different from before. The human saint level wanted to kill him, and Kuxingxing might have a large number of powerful warriors hidden in the city. It was better to be careful. Master, the strongest person is only a level 9 Dharma psychic. There are also some level 8 cultivators. The intelligent war chariot searched for a while and quickly replied. Looks like the other party is unprepared. Su Chen muttered. Then he ordered the intelligent war chariot, Satoshi, lock onto the level 9 Dharma psychic's location and go find him. Chapter 786. Yes. The intelligent war chariot received the order and slowly landed in a magnificent building. There were a large number of armored guards gathered around the building. When they noticed an aircraft landing, they all gathered around with their weapons and surrounded the intelligent war chariot. "I'll go down and take a look." Su Chen opened the door and got out alone. "Who are you? How dare you trespass on an important place? Do you know where this is?" A rough-looking guard looked at Su Chen vigilantly and questioned him. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and glanced around. Without saying anything, he released his spiritual energy and bound the guard in front of him. Advanced Spirit Reader. When the other guards saw this, their expressions changed. The rough-looking guard was their captain and also a level 7 evolver. However, in front of this young man, he had no resistance. It was obvious that this young man must be a spirit reader above level 8. "Tell Li Sheng to get out here." Su Chen narrowed his eyes and roared. A huge pressure was released, causing the group of guards to continuously retreat. "How dare you? Where did this arrogant person come from? How dare you behave so atrociously here?" All of a sudden, an angry roar came from afar. Then, a thin and weak old man rushed over in an aggressive manner. "Let him go!" When he saw Su Chen choking the guard captain's neck, his face turned cold and he shouted coldly, "As you wish." Su Chen curled his lips and broke the guard captain's neck. Then, he threw him at the feet of the thin old man. "You've gone too far." The thin old man stomped his feet and flew toward Su Chen. He raised his hand and punched, vowing to kill Su Chen with one punch. A level evolver is like an ant. Su Chen smiled contemptuously. Judging from the other party's aura, he was only a level 8 cultivator. Daring to kill him with this level of cultivation was like hitting a stone with an egg. Just as the thin old man rushed in front of him, Su Chen controlled his spiritual energy and swept it forward. There was a loud bang. Under the pressure of the invisible force, the skinny old man was directly turned into a cloud of blood mist. Not even his bones were left behind. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the sound of cold air being sucked in could be heard from all around. All the guards looked at Su Chen in shock and couldn't help but step back again. The skinny old man was a true level 8 cultivator, but he was easily killed without even being able to cause a ripple. It could be seen how terrifying Su Chen was. "Who are you? Why did you kill indiscriminately in my residence?" However, at this moment, more than 10 men walked out of a building opposite them. The person in the lead had a dignified appearance, with the dignified aura of a superior. As soon as this person appeared, he berated Su Chen. Su Chen rubbed his nose and said coolly, "You're Li Sheng, right? How dare you?" When the others heard that Su Chen dared to call out the dignified man's name, they were instantly enraged and attacked Su Chen together. Their cultivation was not weak, and they were all level 8 cultivators and above. Moreover, they cooperated with each other quite well. A few magic psychics worked together to cast spells, while the rest of the evolvers charged straight at Su Chen. Looking at their posture, they wanted to take down Su Chen in the shortest time possible. Li Sheng did not make a move, but a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In his opinion, with so many experts working together, Su Chen would not be able to survive even if he had heaven-defying means. However, the scene that appeared in the next moment completely stunned him. He saw that the spells flying at Su Chen were strangely bounced off when they came into contact with Su Chen. Not only did they not hurt Su Chen, but they also killed many of the guards around him. Chapter 787. How could this be? Li Sheng murmured. He could not recover from the shock for a long time. The few Dharma psychics who were casting spells at the side were also dumbfounded. The fact that Su Chen could ignore the spell attacks was too incredible, and it made them feel a deep sense of fear. The evolver who was rushing towards Su Chen also stopped at this moment. He looked at Su Chen in surprise, and for a moment he was caught in a dilemma. A bunch of trash. Su Chen snorted coldly. He raised his hand and shot out a wind blade. With a crisp shattering sound, these evolvers were all cut into a pile of minced meat. Their deaths were very tragic. A level 10 Dharma psychic. Li Xing exclaimed. He almost wet his pants in fright. As a level 9 Dharma psychic, the moment Su Chen shot out the wind blade, he felt a terrifying wind energy fluctuation. It was definitely far beyond level 9. Thus, he confirmed Su Chen's identity as a level 10 Dharma psychic. The other Dharma psychics were also uneasy. Facing a powerful existence like Su Chen who could ignore spell attacks, they were all at a loss. They did not know what to do. "Senior, I am Li Sheng. May I know how I have offended you?" Li Sheng recovered from his fright. He thought about it and asked Su Chen respectfully. "The crimes you have committed are punishable by death." Su Chen's voice was as cold as ice. He snorted coldly and released his spiritual power to kill all the Dharma psychics around Li Sheng. "You." Li Sheng was shocked and furious as he watched his subordinates die in front of him. However, he did not have the courage to question Su Chen. Su Chen controlled his spiritual power to bind Li Sheng. He pulled him closer and pressed him under his feet. He said coldly, "The Sacred Empire was also involved in the destruction of the Sun Moon Star Palace, right?" "Destruction of the Sun Moon Star Palace?" Li Sheng muttered. He suddenly thought of something and looked at Su Chen in horror. He said in a trembling voice, "You are..." "I am Su Chen." Su Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Gulp. Li Sheng swallowed a mouthful of saliva as his body trembled uncontrollably. Su Chen's name resounded like thunder in his ears. Of course, he had heard of him. Rumor had it that Su Chen was unscrupulous in his actions. He would kill without saying a word. He was simply a heinous demon. In total, more than 1,000 experts had died at his hands. Not only were there top powerhouses from the mysterious heavenly continent, but there were also many genius disciples from the 5 superclans who had died in Su Chen's hands. Wherever Su Chen went, he would set off a reign of terror. Anyone who offended him would not be able to survive. After learning of Su Chen's true identity, Li Sheng's heart skipped a beat. Even his breathing became abnormally heavy. "Senior, we were forced to participate in the destruction of the Sun Moon Star Palace. It was the request of those sage-level powerhouses. Moreover, the strength of our sacred empire is limited. Even if we participated, we would only be going through the motions. In fact, we would only be there for show." Li Sheng saw the unfriendly look in Su Chen's eyes. He was afraid that he would be killed on the spot, so he quickly explained. Su Chen snorted softly and asked, "I heard that you obtained a branch with vitality a few years ago. Where did you get it?" "A branch with vitality?" Li Sheng tried hard to recall and said, "Senior, if I tell you the truth, can you spare my life?" As soon as Li Sheng's voice fell, Su Chen broke his arm with a stomp. Su Chen hated it the most when others bargained with him, especially when they were not qualified to do so. Since Li Sheng did not know what was good for him, he could only teach him a lesson. Chapter 788. Ah! Li Sheng screamed. "Our holy empire has 2 saint-level ancestors in the Holy Realm. If you kill me, they won't let you go." At this point, Li Sheng still wanted to threaten Su Chen with a saint level. This was a taboo for Su Chen. "I even dared to kill Wind Crane Xiang and the saint-level gold-devouring beetle. Your holy empire's saint level is nothing." Su Chen snorted. He lifted his foot and stomped Li Sheng's other arm into meat paste. The intense pain almost made Li Sheng faint. When he regained his strength, his heart was beating violently. Su Chen could even kill a saint level? And a saint-level gold-devouring beetle? The fear in Li Sheng's heart reached its peak. He hurriedly said, "Senior, give me a chance." Su Chen's face was cold as he scolded, "Tell me where you got the tree of life. Otherwise, I'll make you beg for death." Li Sheng trembled. After struggling for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "I got it in a secret realm on Green Cloud Island." Green Cloud Island? A secret realm? Su Chen pondered and continued to ask, "Where exactly is it on Green Cloud Island?" He had seen Green Cloud Island on the mysterious heavenly continent topographic map. It was a huge island, at least 20 times the size of Jianghu Island. If he couldn't determine the exact location, it would take a lot of time to find that secret realm. Li Xing didn't dare to hesitate and said truthfully, "It's in the Yunluo Mountains of Green Cloud Island." Su Chen nodded slightly and asked, "Does the Holy Empire have any level 9 energy stones?" The intelligent chariot and mechanical soldier had both been upgraded to level 8. The next step was to advance to level 9. Finding level 9 energy stones was the key. "No." Li Xing shook his head and said bluntly, "Since you don't have any, you can die." Su Chen didn't show any mercy. He punched Li Xing and blasted him to death. Then he returned to the intelligent chariot. "Sectmaster, have you heard of Green Cloud Island?" Back in the car, Su Chen immediately asked Shang Tsai. Since he knew that the Tree of Life came from Green Cloud Island, he had to make a trip there. However, he knew very little about Clear Cloud Island and wanted to understand the situation of Clear Cloud Island through Shang Kai Li and the others. Hearing the name Green Cloud Island, Shang Tsai's expression became serious and she said, "Green Cloud Island is the number 1 island in the Grand Mysterious Heaven Outer Zone. This number 1 doesn't refer to its size but its strength. Although Qingyun Island is only an island, its overall strength is very strong. It has more than a dozen powerful sects and experts. Almost every sect has a saint-level ancestor. So strong." Su Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. Not to mention other things, just the dozen or so saint-level ancestors on Clear Cloud Island were enough to attract his attention. "Su Chen, are you going to Green Cloud Island?" Nan Lichuan asked worriedly. With Su Chen's style of doing things, once he entered Clear Cloud Island, he might set off a bloody storm. Nan Lichuan was very worried. "I'll definitely go to Clear Cloud Island, but not now." Su Chen nodded. He had to eliminate the forces that participated in the destruction of the Sun Moon Star Palace before he could go to Clear Cloud Island. His next target was the Holy Temple of the Wild. Shang Kai Li and the others looked at each other and sighed. Since Su Chen had made up his mind, no one could persuade him otherwise. They only hoped that the people of Clear Cloud Island would open their eyes and not provoke Su Chen. Otherwise, it was very likely that their sects would be destroyed. Chapter 789. Satoshi, head to the Temple of the Wild. Su Chen instructed and then asked Shang Tsai, "Sect Master, what forces are in the Temple of the Wild?" "In addition to the Temple of the Wild, there are several large families," Shang Tsai said bluntly. "Did these forces participate in the destruction of the Sun, Moon, and Star Palace?" Su Chen asked. He was not a bloodthirsty person, and he would not casually slaughter those who did not participate in it. Only the Temple of the Wild and the Ling family participated, Shang Tsai said truthfully. "The Ling family?" Su Chen muttered and a cold light shot out of his eyes. He had heard from Shang Tsai that the Ling family was also a large family in the Temple of the Wild and had a sage-level ancestor. Lu Yan's daughter, Lu Kaifeng, had married into the Lu family. And Lu Yan had died in his hands. Su Chen could imagine that the Ling family must have participated in this for revenge. After a while, Su Chen sat back in the driver's seat and opened the planting space to check the growth progress of various spiritual plants. Shang Tsai and the others also found a place to rest. Behind them, the intelligent war chariot sped straight to the Temple of the Wild. It was very smooth and did not encounter any obstacles along the way. This made Su Chen feel very strange. Since the human clan sage-level experts were determined to kill him, shouldn't they send a large number of experts to kill him? Why did they let him be so carefree? Could it be that they were so scared that they did not dare to send anyone after knowing that Feng Hexiang and Jin Guangyu had been killed? Su Chen felt that this was possible, but the possibility was not too high. After all, he had not offended ordinary people, but the human clan sage-level experts. If those sage-level experts gave up just like that, where would their dignity be? Could it be that they were plotting something? Giving a fatal blow at the critical moment? The sage-level experts had lived for countless years and were all shrewd and astute. Su Chen felt that this was more likely. However, he did not take it to heart. He would deal with whatever came his way. As long as he was on the mainland, There was nothing to be afraid of no matter how many people came. 10 days later, the intelligent war chariot entered the barbarian holy temple area. According to the original plan, the first target to be eliminated was the various temples. However, what was surprising was that when the intelligent war chariot arrived at the All Gods temple, it was already empty. There were only a few low-level cultivators left. Su Chen interrogated them and found out that the experts of the various temples had all left this place a few days ago. There was no trace of them at all. It was as if they knew that Su Chen was coming to kill them, so they hid in advance. Su Chen missed and was very depressed in his heart. Other than not being able to kill the experts of the various temples, they didn't find a single wind spiritual stone. In order to vent his anger, he destroyed more than half of the Temple of All Gods before he left. After leaving the Temple of All Gods, the intelligent war chariot rushed to the Ling family. However, just like the various temples, the Ling family's experts had long since fled. Su Chen, where are we going next? Shang Caili asked. Su Chen thought for a moment and said, let's go to Qingyun Island. The four major forces of the mysterious heavenly mainland, the Wenqi dynasty and the Holy Empire, had been completely destroyed by him. The few major forces of the forgotten Autumn Mountain basically existed in name only. Other than the barbarian Holy Temple, the other two major forces had fled. They had basically achieved their goal of revenge. There was no point in continuing to stay in the mysterious heavenly mainland. Hearing this, Shang Caili did not say anything else. Going to Qingyun Island was Su Chen's decision. He had to go there sooner or later. Chapter 790. The intelligent war chariot locked onto Qingyun Island and sped towards it. Along the way, Su Chen opened the pet-raising space. Did the gold-devouring beetle advance to level 10 after devouring Jingguang Yu's corpse? That was what he was concerned about. The moment he opened the pet-raising space, he felt a violent aura. This aura came from the gold-devouring beetles. Little beetle, you've advanced? Su Chen was excited. The gold-devouring beetle was already very strong. Once it advanced to level 10, it would definitely be a great help to him. Its strength was even stronger than Wu Yazi, who had his cultivation suppressed. Master, I've advanced. The gold-devouring beetle shouted excitedly. After advancing to level 10, it actually grew wings and was flying up and down in the space. The flaming phoenix and the other spiritual pets stayed far away from it. They had no choice. The gold-devouring beetle's body was too strong. Once it touched it, it would not be a joke. It might even break their bones. Okay. Su Chen nodded and the corner of his mouth could not help but curl up. After that, he chatted with the spiritual pets for a while and closed the pet-raising space. The intelligent war chariot left the mysterious heavenly mainland and entered a boundless sea. Su Chen had nothing to do, so his gaze fell on the central control screen. Due to the distance from Qingyun Island, it would take more than 10 days. If he encountered a large group of sea monsters during this period, he could kill them and get some fragments. Soon, Su Chen saw a huge black dot on the central control screen. There were more than 10 smaller black and blue dots gathered around the black dot. Mutated tribes and humans? Su Chen raised his eyebrows and ordered the intelligent war chariot, Satoshi, lock onto them and zoom in on the image. The intelligent war chariot locked onto them and quickly displayed the image on the central control screen. Su Chen took a closer look and saw a demonic beast as black as ink lying in the middle of the sea. This demonic beast was like a mollusk, giving people a feeling of softness all over. Moreover, its body was especially huge, almost the same size as some of the smaller islands. On the back of this demonic beast stood a dozen or so humans and non-humans. These foreign races were not of the same race. Su Chen had seen them before. The night demon race, the flying feather race, the oceanic race, and the god race were all present. What are these guys trying to do? Su Chen frowned and muttered. However, at this moment, the intelligent war chariot reminded, Zhuyan, the other party seems to have discovered us and is flying towards us. Su Chen exclaimed softly and looked at the central control screen again. Sure enough, the huge demonic beast set off stormy waves. Its swimming speed was very fast, and it was heading towards them. Could it be that they were really coming for him? Su Chen was a little uncertain. After thinking for a while, he asked Shang Tsai, "Lord, do you know these humans?" Shang Tsai walked forward and glanced at the central control screen. Her expression suddenly froze, and she said in a deep voice, "Some of them are from the All Gods Temple and the Ling family. I don't know the rest." All Gods Temple and the Ling family? A cold smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. He was worried that he couldn't find the people from the All Gods Temple and the Ling family. He didn't expect them to take the initiative to come to him. It was a good opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop. "Satoshi, check their cultivation," Su Chen ordered. Since the other party took the initiative to find him, they must be prepared. To be cautious, it was better to understand the other party's strength. It was better to be prepared. Chapter 791. Master, that demonic beast is a saint-level demonic beast. The rest of the humans and mutated races are all level 10 cultivators, the intelligent war chariot quickly replied. So many powerful cultivators? And a saint-level demonic beast? After hearing this news, Shang Tsai and the others were all shocked. Even Su Chen's expression turned serious. More than 20 level 10 cultivators and a saint-level demonic beast. This lineup was enough to wipe out an entire continent. If it was someone else, they would have run away. But Su Chen wouldn't. Ever since he started cultivating, no one could scare him away. The stronger the opponent was, the more it could ignite his fighting spirit. "Su Chen, what should we do?" Nan Lichuan asked anxiously. The others all looked at Su Chen. Su Chen smirked and said calmly, "Kill as many as they come." Although the opponent had many people, the only one that could threaten him was that saint-level demonic beast. As long as he could kill that saint-level demonic beast, the other level 10 cultivators would be like ants. Hearing this, Shang Tsai, Nen Lichuan, and Yuqi Jingyang all gasped. On the other hand, Wu Yazi and Li Kuyang were much calmer. When they were in the abandoned land, they had faced dozens of times more powerful cultivators, but they still managed to kill almost all of them. That was why they didn't take it to heart. On the other hand, they were full of confidence in Su Chen. "Su Chen, can you arrange how to deal with them?" Li Kuyang asked. After all, the opponent had many people. If he didn't arrange things in advance, there might be trouble. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Don't be in a hurry to show yourself. Wait for me to kill that saint-level demonic beast, then we can kill those level 10 cultivators together." Without knowing the strength of the saint-level demonic beast, if Shang Tsai and the others were to show themselves, they might be killed instantly. This was the best and safest way. "Isn't it too risky for you to go alone?" Shang Tsai frowned, not agreeing with Su Chen's arrangement. Su Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry. In the continent, the highest cultivation level is level 10, and a level 10 cultivator can't break through my defense." He had the ancient god-fiend body and was invincible among his peers. There was indeed nothing to worry about. "Let's listen to Su Chen." Wu Yazi expressed his opinion. Thinking of Su Chen's terrifying strength and incomparably tough body, he didn't think that Su Chen would have any problems. "Since that's the case, then we'll listen to your arrangements. However, if you encounter any danger, you must contact us immediately." Shang Tsai heavily exhorted. Su Chen was now the hope for the Sun Moon Star Palace to rise again. She did not want anything to happen to Su Chen. Su Chen nodded and then put Shang Tsai and the others into the chaos space along with the intelligent war chariot. He stood on the surface of the sea and quietly waited for the other party's arrival. A few minutes later, with a monstrous murderous aura, the saint-level sea demon beast flew to a place 100 meters away from Su Chen and stopped. At this time, the humans and aliens standing on the body of the saint-level sea demon beast were sizing up Su Chen. Su Chen glanced at them and sneered. "Are you here to die? Arrogant. A human old man shouted and then laughed contemptuously. Su Chen, don't boast shamelessly. Today, even if you have the ability to reach the heavens, you can forget about escaping from our hands. Su Chen, you've killed countless of my clansmen. If you kill yourself here, I might consider leaving your corpse intact. Otherwise, I'll make sure you don't even have a corpse left. A night demon clansman shouted. Chapter 792. Su Chen rubbed his nose and said sarcastically, "You two trash can only talk. I'm standing right here. Come and kill me if you can." The human elder and the night demons looked at each other, but none of them dared to make a move. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Su Chen could even kill a sage-level existence. If they really went to fight with Su Chen, they might be killed instantly. Don't waste time with him. Let's do it. At this time, a member of the Sea clan walked forward and pointed his hand forward. The seawater in front of him suddenly began to churn. The next moment, a giant hand formed from the turbulent seawater and pressed down on Su Chen's head. Child's play. Su Chen sneered and threw out a Pegasus meteor punch. Hundreds of golden fist shadows smashed down at the same time and instantly smashed the giant seawater hand into pieces. When a large amount of seawater fell from the sky, a purple light flashed under Su Chen's feet. He turned into a streak of light and charged toward the sage-level demon expert. Stop him! Seeing Su Chen descending like a god of death, the human elder was scared out of his wits and shouted loudly. Su Chen was ferocious and powerful. His strength was unparalleled. The others knew this and did not dare to let Su Chen get close to them. Immediately, a few spiritual psyche masters released various spells and bombarded Su Chen. The spiritual psyche masters, led by the man from the God clan, also released their spiritual power to crush Su Chen. In the face of such ferocious attacks, Su Chen turned a blind eye. He did not dodge and took it head-on. Is he crazy? Witnessing this scene, the group of experts opened their mouths wide in shock, unable to be any more shocked. Some even sneered, thinking that Su Chen would be seriously injured even if he did not die. Do you think you're invincible? The night demons mocked wildly. However, what happened next left everyone dumbfounded. The night demon clansman's jaws almost dropped. All of the spell techniques struck Su Chen's body, only to be repelled in a peculiar manner. As for those spiritual powers that swept over, most of them were torn apart by Su Chen's powerful physical body. Only the mental strength released by the male Protoss left a shallow scar on Su Chen's body, but it was not a big deal. Su Chen also noticed this point. He found that the spirit race man's spiritual force contained a trace of space-cutting power. It was very likely that he had entered the void battleground and awakened some special ability that could cause him some damage. However, this bit of power was nothing more than an itch to him. A bunch of trash. Su Chen snorted coldly and continued to charge forward. Let's fight. Just as Su Chen was about to reach them, the three strange races with horns on their heads looked at each other and threw out a large silver net. At first, this large silver net was only about 10 feet in size, but when it spread out in the wind, it grew to 100 feet in size and covered Su Chen. As the distance was too close, Su Chen could not dodge in time. At the critical moment, he quickly took out the integrated 5 Extremes mountain to block in front of him. In the next moment, the large silver net covered Su Chen and the integrated 5 Extremes mountain together. Let's see how you're going to escape from our silver spirit sky net. The three strange races who had thrown themselves into the horns began to laugh wantonly, as if they were treating Su Chen like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. You want to trap me with a mere divine weapon? Su Chen sneered and controlled the integrated 5 Extremes mountain to collide with the silver spirit sky net. Chapter 793. There was a loud bang. The collision of the primordial 5 Extremes mountain was like an earthquake. The silver spirit sky capturing net trembled violently as if it was wailing. However, although the collision was powerful, it did not destroy the Silver Spirit sky-capturing net. The three-horned foreign beings heaved a collective sigh of relief upon seeing this. This is a good opportunity. Let's join forces and kill him. Seeing that Su Chen was really trapped, the man from the Night Demon clan was overjoyed. He held a long black sword in his hand and took the lead to attack Su Chen. The others reacted and attacked Su Chen together. Clang. The man from the Night Demon clan hacked at Su Chen's chest with his sword, but it was as if he had hacked at an iron plate. There was a sound of metal clashing. How is this possible? The man from the Night Demon clan took a few steps back with his huge sword in hand. He looked at Su Chen in horror and his head was buzzing. The others also stopped at this moment, their faces full of shock and doubt. Previously, Su Chen's ability to ignore spell techniques and spiritual power attacks had already made them feel incredulous. They did not expect that Su Chen could even ignore physical attacks. Didn't this mean that Su Chen was an existence that could not be killed? What was the point of continuing to kill? At this moment, Su Chen's eyes gradually narrowed. Then, a faint golden light appeared on his palms. Then, he grabbed the Silver Spirit sky-capturing net with both hands and activated the 100 times great strength technique. With a crack, a hole was torn in the Silver Spirit sky-capturing net. Damn it! Witnessing this scene, everyone was stunned. He could tear a divine artifact apart with his bare hands. How strong was his physique and how terrifying was his strength to do this? Was Su Chen still human? An extreme feeling of fear spread in the hearts of the experts. In the face of a terrifying existence like Su Chen, they were at a loss. They could not kill him, nor could they trap him. What method could they use to deal with Su Chen? Everyone was at a loss. Accompanied by another crisp sound, Su Chen tore open an opening once again. He was about to make his way out of the Silver Spirit heaven-capturing net. What to do? Everyone was scared to death. Once Su Chen broke free, how terrible would that be? If things went wrong, all of them might die here. Since I can't kill him, I'll just trap him until he dies. Suddenly, an aged voice reverberated in the air. The one who spoke was none other than the Saint-stage demonic beast that had yet to make a move. It leaped up from the sea and opened its mouth to bite Su Chen. Su Chen was unable to escape in a short amount of time. He could only watch as a black hole came down on him. In the next moment, he felt the world spin before his eyes as if he had experienced a teleportation. When his vision gradually became clear, he was surprised to find that he was in the middle of a vast grassland. The surrounding greenery was overflowing, and a gentle breeze was blowing. A very pleasant feeling welled up in his heart. Have I been teleported to a grassland? Su Chen narrowed his eyes and glanced at it, muttering to himself. After standing on the spot for a while, he broke all the Silver Spirit Heaven's snaring net on his body. Then he leaped into the air and looked around. He saw that the grassland below was boundless, as if it extended to the horizon. Su Chen faintly felt that something was wrong. After thinking for a while, he took out the intelligent war chariot and said, "Satoshi, explore. How big is this grassland?" "Master, the space here is very strange. I can't explore it," the intelligent war chariot immediately replied. "Can't explore it?" Su Chen frowned deeply. It was the first time that the intelligent war chariot had encountered such a situation, which made him a little worried. Chapter 794. In order to figure out where they were, Su Chen opened the chaos space and called out Wu Yazi and the others. "Where is this place?" Yuchi Jingyang exclaimed softly. They were still in the sea before, how did they come to the grassland in the blink of an eye? "Su Chen, you haven't been teleported, have you?" Wu Yazi asked with a frown. Suddenly coming from the sea to the grassland could only be done through teleportation, so he had his suspicions. Something like that. Su Chen nodded and explained what had happened. Hearing this, Shang Caili and the others looked at each other. Being swallowed by a saint-level demon beast and being teleported to another place, this was too strange. Li Kuyang pondered for a while, and his expression suddenly changed. We should be in a dream. What? Dream? Everyone looked at Li Kuyang with their mouths slightly open. Li Kuyang coughed softly and explained, "A few years ago, I heard that the sea race has a saint-level demon beast, Dream. It has a special ability, Dream Creation Space, and once swallowed into the dream, you will never be able to escape." Dream Creation Space? Were they really trapped in the dream? Everyone's expression was a little ugly. "Senior, how can we break this dream?" Su Chen asked. He didn't want to be trapped in the dream for the rest of his life, and if he wanted to leave here, he had to defeat it. From another perspective, the dream creation space can be considered an illusion, and it is constructed with mental power. If you want to break it, you have to use some extremely lethal mental power secret technique. Li Kuyang said with a solemn expression. High-level spirit readers were rare, and those who had mental power secret techniques could be counted on one hand. Among them, only Su Chen was a spirit reader. But as far as he knew, Su Chen didn't have any mental power secret techniques. In this way, they could be trapped in the dream creation space. Mental power secret technique? Su Chen narrowed his eyes and muttered, and his eyes suddenly lit up. In the Doomsday Merchant Center, there was a secret technique called Blade of Consciousness that required 5,000 energy points to exchange for. Although he wasn't sure if Blade of Divine Sense was a spiritual secret technique, judging from the name, it was most likely related to spiritual power. Given the current situation, if he didn't try, he would definitely not be able to escape. Anyway, he still had more than 10,000 energy points. Su Chen simply exchanged for a Blade of Divine Awareness. The moment the exchange was successful, the feedback was quickly transmitted to his mind. After reading it, Su Chen was overjoyed. Divine Sense Blade was indeed a spiritual force secret technique. Once it was used, spiritual force would turn into thousands of blades that would wreak havoc in the surrounding space. It could destroy the spiritual force that enveloped the surroundings overnight. It could be said that the Blade of Divine Sense was not very effective against evolvers and spirit readers, but it was the bane of spirit readers. Especially in a situation where the difference in their spiritual powers was not too far apart, it was even easier to defeat the opponent with a single blow. Since the dream creation space was constructed with spiritual force, it shouldn't be a big problem to use the Blade of Divine Sense to destroy it. "Everyone, I have a way to destroy this space," Su Chen said solemnly. "Really?" Everyone was pleasantly surprised and looked at Su Chen. Ever since they met Su Chen, they knew that Su Chen was a person who created miracles time and time again. Could it continue this time? Everyone was looking forward to it. Su Chen nodded and said, "When the dream is broken, there will be a big battle. Everyone should be prepared." Chapter 795. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen flew into the air and released the Divine Sense Blade. Instantly, thousands of invisible blades shot out in all directions. Wherever they passed, ripples appeared in the void and there was a faint sound of something shattering. As the sound of something shattering increased, the entire void showed signs of collapsing. The grassland on the ground seemed to be affected and was disappearing in large patches. Seeing this, Wu Yizi and the others were extremely excited. For the dream realm to appear in such a situation, it meant that it was about to be destroyed. I have never admired anyone in my life. Su Chen is the first. Yuqi Jingyang sighed with emotion. If you admire him so much, you might as well join the Sun Moon Star Palace. After all, Su Chen will be the head of the Sun Moon Star Palace sooner or later. Shang Caili laughed softly. Yuqi Jingyang pinched his chin and muttered, "I can consider it." The flowing water sect had already been destroyed. To rebuild it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If he joined the Sun Moon Star Palace and followed Su Chen, he would have a great chance of creating a glorious future. "Are you really interested?" Shang Caili opened her mouth slightly. Originally, she was just joking. She didn't think that Yuqi Jingyang would really want to join the Sun Moon Star Palace. After all, Yuqi Jingyang was a rank 10 cultivator. If he joined the Sun Moon Star Palace, he would be like a tiger that had grown wings. Moreover, she could guess that the reason why Yuchi Jingyang had such an idea was definitely because of Su Chen's charm. At the same time, in the sea region, there was a wave of compliments. So what if Su Chen couldn't be killed? Didn't Senior Meng Yi still swallow him? Senior Meng Yi's dream creation ability is superb. She is indeed the #1 sacred beast of the sea race. This time, it is all thanks to Senior Meng Yi's efforts that we were able to turn the tide. Otherwise, we would have all died. Just as the group of experts was praising her, Meng Yi's eyes revealed an extremely painful expression. The sea race expert noticed this and asked softly, "Senior Meng Yi, what's the problem?" Meng Yi gritted her teeth. Just as she was about to reply, blood suddenly gushed out from her 7 orifices and a large hole appeared on her back. He saw Su Chen and the others rushing out of the cave. "My dream creation space has been destroyed." Meng Yi cried out in pain. The dream-making space was his natal Firji. Once it was destroyed, the damage done to it was immeasurable. At this moment, it was heavily injured and on the verge of death. How could this be? The Sea Tribe man stood in a daze, murmuring to himself. He could not understand why Meng Yi, as the #1 sacred beast of the sea race, could trap even a saint-level expert in her dream creation space. Why was it ineffective against Su Chen? Could it be that Su Chen was an unkillable existence? The moment the other experts saw Su Chen appear, they were scared out of their wits. They looked at each other and fled for their lives. With Su Chen's brutal means, once he was caught, it was very likely that he would be killed on the spot. Who would be foolish enough to stay here? As for fighting Su Chen to the death? Don't even think about it. Even the saint-level Meng Yi was no match for him. In Su Chen's eyes, they were even less than ants. Let's attack together and leave a few alive. Su Chen roared and attacked Meng Yi first. Wu Yazi and the others also looked for targets to attack. For a moment, the entire sea region was filled with raging waves and shrill screams. Su Chen chopped down with his saber and killed the heavily injured Meng. Then he punched the Sea Tribe man to death. Following that, a dazzling purple light flashed under his feet. He turned into a flash of light and chased after the 3 strange races with horns. Chapter 796. With 2 loud bangs, 2 of the horned aliens were killed on the spot by Su Chen. Although the other one was not dead, he was severely injured by Su Chen and lost the ability to move. He spared his life because it was his first time seeing such an alien and he wanted to confirm which race he was from. Then he quickly went to kill the others. Half an hour later, Su Chen returned to the intelligent war chariot, with an elderly human and the horned alien. As for the other humans and aliens, they had all been killed. Su Chen, this guy is the head of the Ling family, Ling Shaolun. Shang Tsili pointed at the elderly human and reminded him. Su Chen nodded slightly. He was not in a hurry to interrogate him. Instead, he asked the horned alien, "Which race are you from?" Senior Su, I'm the chief of the horned demon race, Leng Jiqing. Leng Jiqing knelt at Su Chen's feet and said in a trembling voice, "Horned demon race?" Su Chen muttered and snorted. "Who told you to ambush me here?" "Jin Yonan of the god race," Leng Jiqing hurriedly replied. Su Chen pondered for a moment and quickly remembered that Jin Yonan was the father of Jin Su, whom he had killed. The hatred for his son's death was irreconcilable. It was understandable that Jin Yonan wanted to avenge Jin Su. However, he seemed to remember that Jin Yonan was only at level 9. How could a level 9 send a level 10 fighter to kill him? "You listened to Jin Yonan's orders?" Su Chen narrowed his eyes and stared coldly at Leng Jiqing. "Senior, the horned demon race is a subordinate force of the god race. Jin Yonan has a saint-level fighter behind him. We have no choice but to listen to his orders," Leng Jiqing hurriedly explained. In other words, they did not want to come here to kill him. It was all Jin Yonan's fault. Su Chen pursed his lips. "I don't care if you were forced or not. Since you dared to kill me, You should be prepared to be killed. Just as he was about to attack, Leng Jiqing suddenly shouted, Senior, don't kill me. I can give you something in exchange. Tell me. Su Chen stopped. There was no difference between killing Leng Jiqing and crushing an ant. There was no harm in listening to what he had to say, and then it wouldn't be too late to act. I have news about the machinery hive mind. Li Jiqing said without hesitation. Mechanical heart? Hearing this name, Su Chen's heart thumped fiercely, and his eyes shone with an intense light. The mechanical heart was something that could upgrade the intelligent war chariot and awaken the golden puppet. It was simply too important to him. Where is it? Su Chen asked anxiously. Leng Jiqing could see that Su Chen seemed to be particularly concerned about the machinery hive mind. He thought for a moment and said, Senior, I can tell you about the machinery hive mind, but you must swear to spare my life. He knew that this was his only chance to survive. Whether Su Chen agreed or not, he had to try. Su Chen rubbed his nose as a bone-chilling expression appeared on his face. He glanced at Leng Jiqing, opened the chaos space, and called Chao Ran out. Since Leng Jiqing did not know what was good for him, he could only use punishment. Chingu, what's the matter? Chao Ran was a little confused when Su Chen suddenly called him out. Su Chen stretched out his hand and pointed at Leng Jiqing, saying coldly, torture him. Let him experience what it means to live a life worse than death. Understood. Chao Ran licked his lips and walked toward Leng Jiqing excitedly. Su Chen released his mental power and restrained Leng Jiqing, making it easier for Chao Ran to act. Chapter 797. Inside the car, Leng Jiqing's shrill scream rang out. In the face of such torture, not many people can withstand it, even if they have reached level 10. Ling Xiaotian, who was next to him, couldn't help but tremble when he saw this scene, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Leng Jiqing screamed for a while, and the last line of defense in his heart finally collapsed. He begged for mercy. Senior, I'll tell you everything. Wouldn't it be better if you were so tactful earlier? Su Chen curled his lips, motioning Chao Ran to stop, and then said lightly, Say it, don't make me wait too long. Leng Jiqing gasped for breath and said truthfully, A mechanical heart has appeared in the elf continent, and a large number of powerhouses are rushing to the elf continent at this moment. The elf continent? Su Chen raised his eyebrows. Not only had he heard of the elf continent, but he had also made a deal with the elf princess Moon Spirit. Strictly speaking, he had helped Moon Spirit. Where did you get this news? Su Chen stared at Leng Jiqing and asked sternly. The mechanical heart was an ore that provided energy for the saint-level puppets, and its preciousness was self-evident. No matter who it was, as long as they got the mechanical heart, they would definitely hide it, so how did the news spread out? I learned about it from the Protoss. Leng Jiqing replied, and then explained, Rumor has it that in half a month, an auction will be held in the Moonshine City, the holy city of the elf continent, and the mechanical heart will be auctioned. Hearing this, Su Chen pondered. Logically speaking, something as precious as the mechanical heart would not appear in an auction, but there was no guarantee that someone would take the risk of auctioning it due to the lack of cultivation resources. Satoshi, is there a boundary point that leads to the elf continent nearby? Su Chen asked. The mechanical heart was related to whether the golden puppet could be awakened, and he planned to go to the elf continent to take a look. The intelligent war vehicle replied. Although the intelligent war vehicle has opened the function of traversing between realms, it still needs to find the corresponding boundary point. Otherwise, it would be easy to enter the realms of other races. Su Chen, are you not going to Qingyun Island? Wu Yazi probed. Let's go to the elf continent for now, Su Chen said in a deep voice. The purpose of going to Green Cloud Island was to find the Tree of Life. The value of the Tree of Life was actually above the mechanical heart. However, he did not know if there was a Tree of Life on Qingyun Island, so it did not matter if he went later. The Moonlight City auction was about to begin. If he missed it, he would most likely lose the mechanical heart. Given how precious the machinery heart was, if he missed this opportunity, Who knew when he would be able to obtain it again? However, it wasn't easy to travel to the Elven continent. First, they had to determine the boundary point. Su Chen thought that there must be a boundary point that connects to the elf race's continent near the Void Pierce stage because Moon Spirit had once appeared on Void Pierce Island. However, Chongshu Island was too far away from here. Once he got there, maybe the auction in the Moonshine City would have already ended. How can I quickly enter the elf continent? Su Chen frowned and pondered. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he asked Leng Jiqing, "Does your horned demon race have a boundary passage that connects to the elf continent?" If there was a boundary passage between the two continents, it meant that the two continents were very close to each other. Then, it would be easy to determine a boundary point and travel to the elf continent. There is one, but only level 6 cultivators are allowed to enter freely, Leng Jiqing replied. Su Chen was delighted. As long as he could confirm that there was a boundary passage, everything else would be easy. Chapter 798. Satoshi, is there a horned demon boundary point nearby? Su Chen asked. If there was a boundary point, they only needed to enter the horned demon race's continent and then enter the elf race's continent. This way, they had a high chance of reaching the Moonshine City before the auction started. 800 miles ahead, there is a boundary point that leads to the horned demon race's continent. You can enter the horned demon race's continent, the intelligent war chariot replied with certainty. Good, head to that boundary point immediately and enter the horned demon race's continent. Su Chen put Meng Yi's body into his storage bag and then gave the order. Yes. The intelligent war chariot picked up speed and flew forward. Su Chen glanced at Leng Jiqing and Ling Xiaotian and said to himself, "I'll let you two live for a while longer." Entering the horned demon race's continent and being unfamiliar with the place, it would be more convenient with Leng Jiqing, the patriarch of the horned demon race, leading the way. As for Ling Xiaotian, he still had some things to ask him, so he would let him live for the time being. The intelligent war chariot found the boundary point and activated the shuttle function, easily entering the horned demon race's continent. It was the first time Leng Jiqing and Ling Xiaotian had experienced such an unbelievable thing and were stunned. Satoshi, is there a boundary point that leads to the elf race nearby? Su Chen asked immediately. No. The intelligent war chariot searched for a while and immediately replied. Su Chen did not care and turned to Leng Jiqing and said coldly, "You lead the way to the boundary passage that leads to the elf race. If you dare to play tricks, be careful of your head." "I don't dare." Leng Jiqing trembled in fear and obediently led the intelligent war chariot in the right direction. Su Chen turned his gaze to Ling Xiaotian and asked indifferently, "Tell me, who ordered you to kill me?" "It was the saint-level ancestors of the sanctuary who ordered me to do so," Ling Xiaotian hurriedly said. After seeing Su Chen's cruel methods, he did not dare to hide anything. "Which saint-level ancestors are there?" Su Chen rubbed his nose and asked calmly. He had already guessed that the saint-level ancestors of the human race would send people to kill him. What he wanted to know was, who exactly were these people? When he advanced to the saint stage, he would definitely slaughter them all. Apart from the Sun Moon Star Palace's saint-level ancestors, all the other saint-level ancestors have the same intention. Ling Xiaoyan gritted his teeth and said, **CK. Su Chen could not help but curse. It was true that he had offended many people, but he couldn't afford to offend all the saint-level ancestors. Those saint-level ancestors who had nothing to do with him also wanted to kill him. They had gone too far. What's the situation with our Sun Moon Star Palace's forefather Warsky? Shang Tsili asked anxiously. Forefather Warsky was related to her by blood, so she was very concerned about his safety. I think he's under house arrest. Lin Xiaotian replied. Shang Tsili heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was under house arrest, at least his life was not in danger. Don't worry, Sect Master. I will definitely think of a way to save Ancestor Warsky. Su Chen comforted. Su Chen, thank you. Shang Tsili said gratefully. If someone else said this, she would definitely think that they were boasting shamelessly. However, Su Chen was different. Everyone knew about Su Chen's talent and strength. It would not be long before he advanced to the saint stage. At that time, who would be a match for Su Chen? Therefore, Shang Caili trusted Su Chen's words completely. Chapter 799. We're family. You don't have to be so courteous with me, sect master. Su Chen smiled and turned to Ling Xiaotian. How many sage-level humans are there in the holy region? Since the sage-level humans wanted to kill him, he naturally wanted to teach them a lesson. He wanted to see how many people wanted to go against him. I'm not sure exactly how many there are, but there are at least a few dozen of them. Ling Xiaotian thought for a moment and replied. Su Chen estimated that the number was about right. Every major force in the mysterious heavenly continent had 1 or 2 sage-level humans. In addition to the countless islands, it was normal for there to be a few dozen sage-level humans. Since he had asked all the questions he wanted, there was no need for Ling Xiaotian to stay. Su Chen punched Ling Xiaotian's head without warning and threw his body out of the car. Leng Jiqing's teeth chattered when he saw this. Su Chen killed him without any hesitation, which was a huge blow to him. After killing Ling Xiaotian, Su Chen clapped his hands and sat in the driver's seat as if he had done something insignificant. He began to organize the fragments that he had obtained earlier. After killing a sage-level demon beast and a dozen foreign tribesmen, he had obtained a total of more than 10,000 fragments. It was a huge harvest. After that, under Leng Jiqing's guidance, the intelligent war chariot sped along without facing any obstacles. It could be said that it was very smooth. However, after driving for 5 days, they still had not reached the interworld passage that connected to the elf tribe. This aroused Su Chen's suspicion. Leng, you're not playing any tricks on me, are you? Why haven't we reached the destination yet? Su Chen asked coldly. Leng Jiqing was shocked. He was afraid that Su Chen would kill him if he was unhappy. He quickly explained, Senior, we're almost there. It'll take half a day at most. Su Chen snorted and sat back in the driver's seat. He could afford to wait for half a day. If Leng Jiqing dared to play any tricks, he would make Leng Jiqing regret living in this world. Half a day passed in a flash. When a huge stone tower appeared in front of the intelligent war chariot, Leng Jiqing suppressed his excitement and said to Su Chen, Elder, the domain passage is in the stone tower. Su Chen nodded slightly and said to the intelligent war chariot, Satoshi, check that stone tower. Is there a domain passage? You can even investigate? When Leng Jiqing heard this, his face suddenly became abnormally ugly, and at the same time, his heart thumped wildly. Master, there is no realm passage inside, but there is a saint-level existence and several level 9 cultivators. The intelligent war chariot immediately reminded him. There was no realm passage, but there was a saint-level existence? Su Chen immediately realized that he had been deceived, and his face was filled with bone-chilling coldness. Do you know the consequences of lying to me? Su Chen sneered. He reached out and grabbed one of Leng Jiqing's arms, then pulled hard. A crack sound was heard. Leng Jiqing's entire arm was severed at the base, and bright red blood flowed out, drenching half of his body red. However, Leng Jiqing endured the pain and shouted in the direction of the stone tower, Ancestor, save me! As if hearing Leng Jiqing's cry for help, a terrifying pressure suddenly swept over from the stone tower. Then an old man with horns on his head shot out of the stone tower and came in front of the intelligent war chariot, in the blink of an eye. At the same time, 5 level 9 cultivators followed closely behind and surrounded the intelligent war chariot. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.